I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been, you know? What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has been. What 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 can be unburdened by what has been.
Who we can be, unburdened by who we have been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be, unburdened by where we have been, and unburdened by where we are right now. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has 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 been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
Unburdened by what has been, believing in what can be. What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has 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 been. What can be, what should be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. See what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Unburdened by what has been and knowing what can be. Have a sense of vision about what can be unburdened by what has been. To see what can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What could be unburdened by what had been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. Where we can be unburdened by where we have been. What was possible unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. That can be unburdened by what has been. There are those who are unable to see what can be. But there are many more who are able to see what can be unburdened by what has been.
My content is bursting the seams, politics being plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore, so grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack.
Hello, everybody. Hello. We are indeed ready to go.
That's what I'm talking about.
How we all doing today? No, kitty mom, you stop. You stop. No, keep going. You stop.
I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet, and thank you for being a wonderful mod, one of the OGs of OG. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, BBBBBBB. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, Diamond Dynamo. Hello, Gwennifer. Hello, Gilda Ferreira Borba. Oh, Gilda, hello. Hello, Alex JT. Hello, Gwennifer. Hello, Rosie. Hello, Zero. Hello, Lagala DeVille. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Bill Casey. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Draconics. Hello, Erica. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, ACAB Includes Tone Police. Hello, Tired and Trans. How you be, Tired and Trans? I have been very busy today. Hello, Periwinkle. Hello, Ms. Milena. This is my Super Bowl. This is kind of like the big event. Like, this is what it's all been leading up to, you know? Make sure, on that note, please share the stream. Share it far and wide. We are going to be doing a lot of stuff today. We're going to cover at least one segment before we get started with the debate. And we're going to try and cover the debate on C-SPAN, because hopefully that will protect us a bit from potential copyright strikes. Additionally, I was thinking that after the debate, we'll be joining Alec Gunther and Tina too to talk about our thoughts on the debate. And so we'll have a special post-game celebration, as it were. And yeah, we'll be talking about a lot of stuff tonight. So get ready. This is kind of the big event. This is kind of do or die for both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is sundowning hard, and Kamala Harris needs to make a name for herself that stands separate from Biden. It's a big day where, unfortunately, policy means next to nothing, and posturing is like 90% of the communication. When does the debate start? In about an hour and 23 minutes. Whew. Yeah, get your snacks, get your water. I have a big thing of water right here. Another jug of it on the floor. Yeah, make sure you get fed and watered beforehand. Hello, Brandon the Chihuahua. Hello, John Brongus. Hello, everybody. Hello, Foxbat. And folks, remember, hit the follow button on Twitch if you haven't yet. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube if you haven't yet. And remember to like the YouTube stream. Very important. Again, sharing is usually pretty important, and I don't usually ask you to do it, but consider sharing the stream today, because this is going to be, for a lot of people, their first introduction to like what the general election of 2024 is going to be. And yeah. This time I'm going to make sure to eat beforehand. Yep, I just made myself a burger. It was pretty good. What else? Cozy on the couch? Zero, don't go there. Nice, Periwinkle. That sounds delightful. And folks, do consider dropping those subs and donos, and the show is brought to you by viewers like you, so consider it. Think about it for a bit. Consider. But we are going to finally Sorry, I just saw a thing. Had to sorry, recalibrating. Hello. We are going to finally do a segment that I've been intending to do for the last several days now. And honestly, as more time went by, I just got more information. But it's time for a little bit of a segment. Yeah, that's right. We're kicking it off. We're doing a segment right now. So, there is a YouTube channel many of you might be familiar with called The Young Turks. And they did a segment, how many days ago here? 4 days ago. Called Venezuelan Gang Takes Over an Apartment Complex. Or did they? Now, this is a weird name to put on a segment. You're a news outlet. Like, obviously you're fishing for clicks. Nothing against that. Game respect game, okay? But let's find out. Let's watch the segment. Let's learn about the Venezuelan gang taking over an apartment complex. Let's learn about that. Crazy stuff over here.
You're watching footage from last August featuring members of the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua breaking into an apartment unit in Aurora, Colorado. Now, a shooting later broke out in the building's parking lot. And there's also some video footage that shows armed men confronting.
Can you guys hear it all right? The audio, or is it very loud? I tried to turn it down a bit, and it's still showing up very loud on my my monitor. No, not me. Not me. The segment. Is the segment too loud? Feels okay? Cool.
A driver in the parking lot of
25. Okay.
The apartment complex. Let's put that up. So if you look closely at the kind of upper right-hand side, you see a car parked and you see individuals approaching that vehicle armed with guns. Luckily, in this case, the footage doesn't show anyone getting hurt or getting shot. But apparently, this particular apartment complex, according to some of the residents and former residents, has been riddled with all sorts of gang violence over the last year. But this incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not there is a problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or.
Oh, by the way, in case you don't know, Aurora, Colorado has almost 400,000 people in it. It's not like the smallest city. It's not the biggest city either, but it's not like tiny. Okay, it is. So this isn't like a place in the middle of nowhere that gangs allegedly took over a building. Pretty weird that they were able to do that. You know, just on face value, I would say that this merits some degree of skepticism. Let's find out more.
Causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings, and the local government can't seem to keep its facts straight or its story straight. So look, at first, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, admitted that there actually is a problem with Venezuelan gangs.
The mayor of Colorado, who is a Republican, if I recall correctly.
Let's watch.
These gangs apparently are attracted to where there's a concentration of Venezuelan migrants, and so they've in fact have kind of pushed out the property management through intimidation, and then
the mayor of Aurora.
Collected the rents. Arrests have been made, but these operations are still ongoing.
After that, it appeared that the state and local leaders kind of went into panic mode because they started to claim that there's no problem at all. What do you mean? This is a figment of your imagination. In fact, the governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination. And
wait, did she actually say the mayor of Colorado? No, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado. Come on, guys. Don't make up silliness.
State and local leaders kind of went into panic mode because they started to claim
Wait. Did the...
But this incident has sparked a big debate and I believe some gaslighting about whether or not there is a problem with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over apartment buildings or causing violent crimes at these apartment buildings. And the local government can't seem to keep its facts straight or its story straight. So look, at first, the mayor of Aurora, Colorado, admitted that there actually is a problem with Venezuelan
the mayor of Aurora, Colorado.
gangs. Let's watch.
Okay.
The allegation, this is a figment of your imagination. In fact, the governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination. And Aurora's interim police chief said that the gangs had not taken over one of the complexes. Now, you, depending on what you're hearing different things. And whether or not this is a widespread problem in Aurora, Colorado remains to be seen.
Are you kidding me? Who knows? Gangs could control every apartment building in Colorado. Every single one. Are you kidding? Like, I feel like maybe you could listen when like the government is telling you, or you know, I'm just spitballing here. Maybe someone could go out to the apartment complex. I'm just spitballing here. It seems like maybe someone should go and see if that's happening or not. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not like, an expert on it, but generally speaking, it seems like, hey, we should probably check that out, huh? Well, let's see. You know what? Let's take a look. Let's find a local news person in Colorado. Let's see. I think I remember one. A guy named Kyle Clark in Colorado? Here, let's see. I bet that there is a video on this local news channel about this problem. Let's take a look. Let's scroll together here. Let's see. And from 6 days ago. 2 days before the segment that TYT put out. False information. Tenants respond to claims. Let's see what he has to say.
There are Colorado.
Now, I know we've watched this before on the channel, but you know what? It fits into this segment so well.
At the center of a national media frenzy right now, and they're worried it's putting them in danger. Conservative media and politicians say their apartment building's been taken over by a Venezuelan gang. Or police say that's not true. And the people living there gathered today to say their biggest challenge is their landlord. That area of Northwest Aurora has long struggled with crime and poverty. Today, our Evan Krugel went to the building where neighbors say the political fury has added a new problem for folks who have plenty of them already.
Inside the hallways at 1268 Dallas Street.
Whoa, inside the hall. No one said at the beginning of this segment it was going inside the hallways. That's active gang territory, okay? Who knows? The gangs might have taken over every apartment building in the state. No one has found out yet. You could be going into an active war zone. Hope they're wearing body armor, okay? There could be anything going on in there. Guns could be blazing, and no one would respond, because that is a no-go zone, okay? The law means nothing in those halls.
Music bounces off the walls.
Like the bullets. The music is... It's Much like the bullets are bouncing off the walls, the music is also bouncing off the walls because of all of the gang warfare, right?
Una salsa.
It's why Carlos Ordoscoidi chose to live here.
Tengo tres. Dos niños y una niña.
When he left his 3 kids in Venezuela to try and provide for them in America.
Mucha gente buena, aquí vivimos padres trabajadores.
There were a lot of good people here. We are parents, we are hard workers, and we come here to work.
A trabajar, entonces no es justo que se nos...
And it's not fair that our rights are being put at risk because of a minority.
Que nuestros derechos se vean vulnerados por una minoría.
Carlos's home is now in the spotlight after this video surfaced last week showing people carrying guns inside. Conservative media and politicians claimed Venezuelan gangs had taken over the complex.
We've got, Venezuelan gang members who have gone into an apartment complex, and now they're intimidating the tenants there to pay them the rent and probably extort other things from them.
The city's interim police chief says gangs are not taking rent.
El alcalde está fuera de órbita.
Carlos says he doesn't know the people in the video and says reports the buildings are overrun with gangs are greatly exaggerated.
Sí, lo que pasó en ese video.
With what happened in that video, it was here, we can't deny that.
No hay que negarlo. No se sabe en realidad.
But in reality, no one knows what the motives were for those people being here. But I haven't seen anyone invading anywhere. I haven't seen anyone being charged rent, and in reality, I haven't seen that.
He says all the attention has put his community in danger, with calls on social media for people to come here and confront the so-called gang members.
Venezuelan gangs, we're here to chase you off. This is our communities.
Right now, I'm scared because what has been created and all the xenophobia hate that has increased towards us. I'm really scared to be outside past 7 or 8 p.m. because you never know who can drive by or come around to try and harm us. This is affecting our reputation. I feel bad because they're generalizing all of us, and it shouldn't be that way.
Now, Mayor Kaufman did visit the apartment complex.
Whoa, the mayor visited? The mayor who said that it was taken over by the Venezuelan gangs? Why, how could he go there? After all, it must have been an active war zone. Unless you know the largest progressive media network in the country and didn't bother to look up local news reports to see if there was an actual takeover of an apartment building that took place a couple days. You know, it'd be one thing if there was like none of that, but this report predates the TYT segment. So, oh shit, Charlie, you cracked the case. You cracked the case. The mayor is in on it. The mayor, he coordinated with the gangs. Clearly, he must have moved them from one apartment building to another one that they were also occupying. After all, it could have spread throughout the entire state. No one would know. There's just no way for us to verify if Venezuelan gangs have or have not taken over every apartment complex in Colorado. There's just no way to know, really. Weird. Let's watch this reporting through.
Yesterday, Carlos says he tried to talk to the mayor, but he wouldn't respond.
Oh, so the mayor went to the building for a photo op and then ignored the residents of the building after he fearmongered about how it had been taken over by a Venezuelan gang, leading to media coverage that caused conservatives to go insane and terrorize residents of the building.
Aurora spokesperson tells us the mayor did speak with people both in English and Spanish. Kyle, it's worth mentioning the people who live there say these apartments are extremely run down and in really bad shape. They believe the landlord is simply using this gang theory as an excuse to not pick up the property.
Oh. You mean TYT would do that? They would just report, I don't know, like corporate talking points without actually, I don't know, any kind of skepticism whatsoever? That's crazy. Why? When have I heard of them doing that before? Except, oh wait, very recently, when it came to all of the Walgreens and Target closures in San Francisco. People were saying, oh, well, obviously it's because of all of this, you know, organized shoplifting that's going on. These crime rings, you see, they're simply running all of these poor, massive chain businesses out of business because they're losing too much of their product. Because that's what, you know, the association that represents all of those businesses said in a press release. And instead of doubting that narrative at all, TYT ran with it. And then it turned out, when you actually listen to what these businesses say in their stockholder meetings to, you know, their stockholders that they are legally obligated to be honest with, it turned out that actually they had just poorly planned which locations to open stores at because they had projected bigger profits in certain locations than what they were actually receiving. So that was why, and it wasn't because of shoplifting and like a increase in shrinkage, which also made sense because shrinkage rates were going down that particular time. Weird. Anyway. Oh, we have a couple seconds left.
Which is what Mayor Kaufman was saying at one time as well. His messaging sometimes changes by the hour. He'll come.
Oh. The mayor also said that the landlord was lying about the gangs. That's so crazy. Man, if only someone had done their due diligence on this story.
Come on this program, say that the issues are isolated, a lot of this is hysteria. He'll then go on Fox News and he'll say something different. Everybody agrees, right? The gang is present. There's been violence in that neighborhood long before this latest gang was there, and these buildings are in really bad shape.
Absolutely hard to disagree with any of that after seeing it firsthand today. And that's what's really troubling for a lot of these folks is they simply don't know who to listen to. When you're hearing one thing one day, one thing the next, it's hard to know, is that happening in my unit and I'm just not seeing it, or is it not happening at all?
We'll stay on it. Evan Krugel, thank you so much.
Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. Maybe the Venezuelan gangs are all in secret. You know, maybe they're secret gangs. Is that Kyle Clark? Why, yes, it is. My goodness. Anyway, the gangs could be anywhere. Let's learn more.
Let's be clear about that. But the issue of this Venezuelan gang carrying out violent acts and crimes in the area, there seems to be a lot of evidence of that, while the Democratic lawmakers and leaders in the state and local level want to pretend like it's not happening at all.
Hey, don't scroll away. Come back, come back. Because before the video...
No, that's okay.
To the landlord of that apartment complex. Lender, let's go to the evidence. There's a law firm representing the lender to the landlord of that apartment complex, okay? Remember, this is the lender. The lender wants to know, hey, I've loaned a lot of money out. I want to know what's going on with this apartment complex. So the lender hires the Perkins Coie law firm, and they start to investigate claims of gang violence because the lender had caught word that there was an issue of gang violence at this apartment complex.
Gee whiz, I wonder how the lender caught word of that. Could it have been from the guy who owed them money?
complex. The law firm says that it interviewed witnesses and reviewed video from the Whispering Pines, that's the name of the apartment complex, for its investigation. They then shared their report with Aurora, Colorado's top administrators on August 9th. Now, the video that we showed you earlier was taken later in August. So even before that incident occurred, there were already concerns about gang violence. There was already a law firm investigating it on behalf of the lender. And they submit their report on August 9th. And they also sent it to a local CBS News affiliate. And the report was further confirmed by the Aurora Police Department, which is now denying that there's a problem of Venezuelan gang violence at this apartment complex.
Now, I do have to pause because I'm a little confused when she says the lender of the company, like the lender to the landlord, I guess. Now, if she's talking about like some kind of banking entity or something like that, I'm unsure. I don't know exactly what she's operating off of here, but let's take a look at, a conservative outlet here.
Consider this a pre-apology to Jack and the mods. My anxiety is real bad, so I might be a little more knifey than usual.
Owner forced to sell Colorado. Venezuelan gangs have been running rampant, despite Aurora cops claiming there's no problem there. Weird. So, if we scroll down here, we learned the landlord's name is Zev Baumgarten. And it looks to be that the building is actually owned by... Okay, which is it? Here. Ah, yes. It's owned by a management company. Now, the management company is different than the landlord. The landlord doesn't own, doesn't operate the buildings. The landlord's part of a larger management company. Often landlords do this, right? So the management company, because they are trying to avoid any kind of legal culpability for running a slum, blames the property's condition on gangs. And their claim is that, oh, well, it's such a shithole because it's not our fault. We're the ones who are supposed to. We're supposed to take care of it, but we just can't. Our hands are tied because of the gangs. And then they hired a law firm to back up their claim that gangs were running their buildings. So, what I'm trying to say here is that they are hiring this law firm and running with this story to cover their own asses. Because if their landlord, the landlord that they are operating with, is running in this way, that the buck kind of stops with them. Also, we have no idea who anyone in that video is. And the people who live in the building are like, yeah, we don't know who those people are. And not only that, they showed up with an awful lot of guns, and we can see which apartments they visited. And police clearly investigated this and found absolutely nothing. So, that's so interesting. That's so very... Tell us more. Tell us more.
So first, here's what the report found. The evidence we have reviewed indicates that gang members are engaging in flagrant trespass violations, assaults and battery, human trafficking and sexual abuse of minors, unlawful firearms possession, extortion, and other criminal activities, often targeting vulnerable Venezuelan and other immigrant populations. So the person who authored the report on behalf of the law firm, T. Marcus Funk, wrote, and he is a former US attorney. So look, for the lefties who are watching this, who are concerned, oh my God, please don't report the truth because it's going to paint migrants in a negative light.
No. you're just not reporting the truth. That's the issue. No one's saying, oh man, it's definitely true, but we can't say it because it will make migrants look bad. Like, do you have any idea how insane saying something like that is and claiming other people think like that is?
The migrants are the ones who are victimized by this. So if you care about migrants, if you care about immigrants, you should not want them to live under these conditions.
Well, the one imposing the conditions was the landlord of the building they lived in. Like, when directly interviewed by reporters, residents for the building talked about the landlord, not any kind of gang that had taken over their building.
Let me go to more of the report where they write that the gang activity at Whispering Pines escalated in 2024, according to the document obtained by CBS News Colorado. In April of 2024, a housekeeper...
The debate should be starting at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It is currently 8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Called the property manager, informing him that two individuals at the property went into an apartment, came out with large firearms, and were coming to kill him. The property manager. The individuals were apparently past due on rent. The property manager said, quote, that the two individuals were arrested as they were coming to kill him, end quote. The report says the men, who were armed with large firearms, were gang members. Now, the property manager went on to say that the gang members allegedly stabbed a Whispering Pines resident for refusing to pay rent to the gang. Since then, the property has recorded footage.
Again, I want to really stress this. This is all according to the law firm that was hired to demonstrate that the property management company wasn't legally responsible for the squalor the tenants of the buildings were living in. Like, that's what happened here. None of this is really based on police reports. Now, what's interesting is if you actually go and look at different stories from the area, you will find
progress
that local news actually does report on some aspects of what's going on when it comes to gang activity across the state. For more, let's go over to our man on the ground, Kyle Clark.
It appears law enforcement is making progress against the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua in the Denver metro area. Now, lost in the frenzy fueled by conservative media and politicians, first here locally and then nationally, that the gang's taken over buildings in swaths of Aurora. Lost in that was the acknowledgement by police that the gang is here in some number, making some isolated impact, their words, and they're working to make arrests. Kelly Rinke updates us on their progress.
Huh. You mean all of this misreporting on non-existent gang activity is overshadowing actual reporting on actual gang activity? That's crazy. Huh, it's almost like we should, I don't know, pay more attention to what local news reporters are doing instead of just running with a made-up story about how all the apartment complexes in Colorado are run by Venezuelan gangs.
There's no question there are members of a Venezuelan gang in Aurora. Some of them lived at an apartment complex at Colfax and Nome Street. A city spokesperson said last week their presence is small and police have made arrests. One of those was Leonardo Jose Pacheco Chirino. Officers arrested the 22-year-old in March for first-degree assault. Court documents say a witness called 911 saying someone beat a man with a bottle and he was bleeding to death. The witness said the man was arguing with a group of men who claimed, quote, they run this place.
They're here. We know they're here.
Conservative City Councilwoman Danielle Durinsky has made claims before that the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua is taking over buildings in the city.
The three of us believe that there is a gang problem, a huge gang problem, that apartment complexes and areas of our city are being taken over.
The city of Aurora says they didn't shut down the building for gangs, but instead for bad living conditions that date back years.
Weird. It's so crazy what you can learn by just, you don't even have to dig that far. You can just watch the local news here.
Before that happened in August, 4 people were arrested for a shooting in July that injured 3 people at the same complex. Officers arrested Pacheco Torino again and his brother. An affidavit says they're likely members of the gang Tren de Aragua. His brother is facing charges of attempted murder and criminal attempt. The city shut down the building, and there's now focus on a different apartment complex in Aurora, owned by the same company. After this...
You mean the same company owned multiple buildings that were all so ungodly squalid that the city stepped in and shut them down? That's crazy, dog.
This video surfaced last week showing people carrying guns inside. Tenants at apartments near Dallas and Helena Streets say their biggest problem isn't gangs. It's the landlord.
Pero yo no he visto que estén invadiendo, yo no he visto que estén cobrando.
Oh, look, it's the same. You know what? Wow, look at this. It's like they went and talked to that guy. Crazy.
Renta, en realidad yo no lo he visto.
Aurora's mayor Mike Kaufman, who shared multiple opinions on this, posted on Facebook Wednesday he's not sure where the truth is in all of this. He said owners told him they were forced out via threats from the gang, but none of the tenants he spoke to Wednesday expressed concern for their safety.
Weird. The owner of the building said that he was forced out by a dangerous, evil gang that had taken over his entire building, but none of the tenants could would say that there was any gang activity whatsoever. Gee whiz, I wonder where the truth is in all of this. Maybe there's just a little bit of gang in there, you know, like, we'll split the truth in two. Clearly there's some gang there, and clearly there's some no gang there, so only half the gang is there. This is insane. This is crazy. The building owner is clearly lying because of the conditions of the units, because of the conditions of the building, because it's a fucking slum. That's why. Like, it's so painfully obvious. Just question the corporate narrative, Anna. Like, I don't know, question it for like 5 seconds.
So the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office says they've arrested some TDA members for drug charges, but we can't independently confirm that because they won't tell us their names.
Damn, it's so crazy that in this story about arrests of this gang being made, none of the arrests were for taking over Colorado apartment complexes. You know, Anna told us that, you know, all of the apartment complexes in Colorado, who knows how many they have taken over? Who knows? Could be all of them. So, like, I don't know, maybe that, you know, if nothing else, maybe the fact that the police haven't been able to arrest any Venezuelan gang members for taking over apartment complexes, maybe that should be like a sign that maybe this story isn't entirely true, as put forward by the law firm hired by the company that has every incentive in the world to not be found liable for the squalid conditions its buildings were in. I'm just throwing that out there, guys. Just really tossing that one out there for your consideration.
Of gang members knocking on doors without authorization or without any justification, attempting to collect rent from the tenants of Whispering Pines. And then in June, the report says suspected gang members approached the property manager and offered to help the manager if he agreed to pay the gang 50% of everything the property management company collected in rent. Now, the investigators who wrote the report said gang members said that they were taking over vacant units at this apartment complex and would start collecting rent from the tenants. And they allegedly said, quote, "This is our business plan." One gang member told the housekeeper, if he, meaning the property manager, doesn't like it, we will fill him with bullets.
Yeah, this sounds totally legit. Based on no evidence whatsoever. This is a law firm collecting information for its client. Information.
The report says video footage shows Trentagua gang members violently breaking into vacant apartments, kicking doors open, and also moving Venezuelan immigrants into the empty apartment units. And I'm about to get to
Patrick Lucas, thank you for gifting a membership over on YouTube. I appreciate it. Thank you for being the first person to support stream today.
Confirmation of all of this by the Aurora Police Department in just a minute. But before I do, Cenk, I want to give you a chance to weigh in.
Yeah. So, guys, I don't know what the dispute's about. So the left wing is saying what? That they didn't take over the apartment buildings. They're there. They're obviously there. There's no question that they're there. Did they take over some
based on what, Cenk? The only evidence that there have only been two pieces of evidence put forward so far. One is a report put together by a law firm that is heavily incentivized to find reasons that they are not culpable for the squalor that they force their tenants to live in. And the other is a video purported to be from a former resident of the building, though that original video of the people with the guns we don't know where that came from, and we don't know anything about any individual in that video. So I just really have to stress here, they're not operating on a lot of input, and it's not like you couldn't just Google this story and find the interview that we watched earlier. Patrick Lucas, thank you for becoming a member again over on YouTube. Thank you for supporting the stream.
apartments? There's no question that they took over some apartments. So they're saying what?
There's no question about whether they took over the apartments. Even the mayor of the town is like, well, no, the people in the building told me no, that never happened. So who am I to believe? The one landlord who's really culpable for all of the conditions I saw at that apartment, or all of the tenants that I talked to who said it didn't happen? Who could say what happened, really? No way.
The lawyers are lying about the entire building being taken over. Remember, it's not the property owner. Now, a lot of people say, oh, the property owner is a bad guy. That doesn't prove anything. The property owners could be bad guys that don't take care of the rodents and the bed bugs, etc. And a Venezuelan gang might have taken over the apartments. Those two facts are not at all logically connected.
They are connected when the property management company hired a law firm to corroborate the reasons they haven't been keeping up the building. Like that's how it's related. It's related because the law firm they brought in is specifically there to confirm that that's what's happening. It's not even ridiculously confusing. It's very simple, okay? There's a guy who owns the buildings, and he works with a property management company, okay? The guy who owns the buildings didn't do a good job taking care of them. And the property management company also didn't do a good job taking care of them, to the extent that the buildings had to be shut down and over 300 residents had to be evicted because of how bad the actual living conditions were in the buildings. Now, in order to try and not have their business sued into oblivion, the property management company and probably the landlord of this building started this story of, oh, well, it's Venezuelan gangs. Yeah, they're the reason the buildings are shit, not our fault. And they ran with that. They hired a law firm to confirm that, to establish that as the narrative. And then, unfortunately for them, the story got a little bit bigger than they intended, and now it got picked up as national news. And wow, because it's national news, people are actually looking into it, except, the people from the largest progressive news network in the country, I guess. And turns out, oops, there is no gang takeover of these apartment buildings.
BWA.
Crazy. Crazy what happens when you actually listen to what the residents of the building have to say. And to be clear, what they have to say is there is no gang taking over their building. There aren't any gang members extorting them for rent. And the scariest things that they have to deal with on a daily basis are all of these white supremacist militia assholes who are showing up there because of right-wing coverage of this issue. Why do you keep asking if we're at the debate yet? I told you the debate's going to be in like 40 minutes. You asked me 15 minutes ago when the debate is. Just look at a clock. Set a timer.
So I don't see how that disproves that there's a gang there. So there's more evidence coming that Anna's got for you guys. I was very persuaded by local.
Yeah, if only there were any kind of like local news coverage where they interviewed people at the building 2 days prior to this segment going up. Anyway.
Local news. Unfortunately, we can't show the video from local news because of copyright issues. But number one, the legal report that Anna is referring to was super clear. And I don't know why people are surprised that gangs do extortion. Of course.
You can't show the local news coverage. I'm pretty sure like video from different news reporting could be all right. Anyway, let's look at what Anna cited as the local news coverage going on here. It's not just that people like this clown are ignorant. They can't even be bothered to do a simple Google search, and they're lazy as hell too. The arrogance is incredible. Lizzie Nepon, thank you very much for the 30 months. Thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. But again, wild that she's taking the stance of like, wow, you should have just Googled it. When like, we did. Local news is telling you that you're wrong. But let's watch this segment, okay?
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell is live in Van Nuys with more on the arrests in what investigators call crime tourism. Josh.
That's interesting. Here, one second. One second. This is so strange.
Josh.
And Philip and Colleen, this is the business behind me. It is now shut down. It appears to be a car rental company, but they were not interested in renting cars to URI, but criminals from South America. 6 defendants under arrest in Los Angeles for coordinating a nationwide crime tourism operation.
Because other than making the threats, he hasn't done anything wrong yet.
The threat is a crime. It's a terroristic threat.
Okay, but
interesting. But I guess this is not related to the apartment complexes. This is just posting a random story about how I guess immigrants are rapists and murderers and thieves.
Involving an LA rental car business with locations in Van Nuys and in Panorama City. But the dealerships only rented cars to criminals flying in from South America, mainly Chile, coming here to commit home and business burglaries, thefts, and other crimes.
Crime tourists would go to this car rental business. There they'd be provided with a vehicle. They would also be directed, since many of them were not familiar with the country, to where to go to commit acts of crime and theft.
Eyewitness.
Crazy. Wild that not even the full segment got posted. Good job. Definitely beating the accusations of gas leaks.
Of course they do, right? And then I was very persuaded by a local resident, a Latina working class woman that we're going to show you in a minute, who told her story of it. So it's definitely real. The only question is it the whole?
But you know, the mayor who claimed that it was happening initially, who then talked to residents of the building and they all said it wasn't happening. Who are we to believe? One person or like the entire army of people who live in there? The gang army? Oh man, what if they're interviewing all gang members? I didn't even think of that.
Whole building? Is it some of the building? And is it no big deal if it's just some of the building? So we'll get into those.
Yeah, you know how it's no big deal if a gang takes over an entire apartment complex. You know how people are notoriously okay with gangs having dictatorial control over an entire apartment building. This is actually insane, right? What if the whole building is in on it? You know, I think I remember seeing a movie about this once. It was called Dread. It was about a cop who gets stuck inside a gigantic apartment complex by a gang. Yep, it's just like Dread. Dread is real now. Quality reporting, Young Turks.
Questions in a little bit, but it's no question that it's a giant problem. Oh, and the other question we'll get into in a minute is...
No question it's a giant problem, just, you know, the police are lying about it. The police and the mayor and all of the tenants of the buildings, they're all in the gang.
Who's responsible? Because that mayor, I think, is the most responsible, and he's made...
Oh, is he now? That's so crazy. The mayor is the most responsible one. Man, be a shame if the mayor started talking about how it wasn't actually gang activity, huh?
Making it seem like, oh no, Biden's the most responsible. We can get into that conversation. But brother, Biden doesn't run your city. You do. Send in the goddamn cops if you think there's gangs taking over buildings.
Yeah, I don't think you have to have such a low opinion of like the online left if your main takeaway is the online left is actually in like pro gangs taking over buildings. You know? Like, the left is not out here being like, ah, yes, we need more apartment buildings taken over by gangs. That's not anyone's ideology, actually.
Yeah, and it does appear, based on what one of the former residents is going to say, and you're going to hear from her, that the police didn't really want to deal with it. So we'll get to that in a moment. But in response to that law firm's report about the gang violence, basically the Aurora Police Department provided confirmation. In fact, they had their own reporting on this, and their own reporting fell in line with what this law firm was saying. So
did it now? Are you sure about that?
Instance, an officer reported responding to a call from a house cleaner at Whispering Pines. He said she told the police she was threatened that she needed to give up the keys to the vacant apartments at the Whispering Pine apartments so that a group of Venezuelans could move people into the Whispering Pine apartments. The officer reported, quote, suspects left, but not before warning her to comply or else they would kill her or her family. The Aurora officer wrote to fellow officers, I would highly recommend you guys take 2 to 3 friends with you when responding to any calls there. So clearly, the Aurora Police Department was spooked about responding to any calls at this apartment complex. When CBS asked the Aurora Police Department about this, especially considering how they have recently denied gang violence as a problem, here's what they said, quote, the information and claims in the letter underscore why Aurora Police Department and other law enforcement agencies formed a special task force to investigate violent crime impacting migrants and other communities in the Denver metro area.
Now, what's interesting about this is that none of this is about how gangs are taking over apartment complexes. Because notice how there's been a shift here. No one is saying that there's no gang activity in Aurora, Colorado. Literally no one. There's no left-leaning people saying there are no gangs. There's no right-leaning people saying there are no gangs. There are no middle-of-the-road people, no moderates, no centrists saying that there are no gangs in Aurora, Colorado. No one's saying that. What they're saying is, gangs are not taking over these apartment complexes that you have centered your entire story on. And in fact, the premise of your story is actually predicated on a lie told by building owners to avoid legal culpability. It's so interesting. Here is another local news report from Colorado, Fox 31. Let's see here. Aurora threatens to close apartments unless property management steps in. Interesting. Aurora has threatened to shut down 2 troubled apartment complexes unless their owners take responsibility for deteriorating conditions and install an in-person presence on the properties. The complexes at issue are The Edge at Lowry and Whispering Pines. CBZ Management operates both complexes, which have suffered a severe lack of maintenance, along with concerns about the presence of Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. My bad. Let's see. On Thursday, Aurora City Manager Jason Batchelor offered 2 police officers at each property for 2 weeks and possibly longer, but only if the owner installs an on-site property manager at each location. That's according to Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman, who said he toured the properties on Sunday. If the owner does not assume responsibility for these properties and start providing routine services like trash removal, the city will be forced to close both apartment complexes as a last resort. Because the property management wasn't doing any part of what it takes to maintain the properties. Meaning that trash was just accumulating in the halls and in the apartments. Okay? I was about to say arugula. You are correct, Monica G. Huh. Weird how most of this story isn't about how the gangs are taking over the apartment complexes. That's so wild. Windows were boarded up and trash bins were full, similar to conditions at The Edge at Lowry. Along with issues with trash and maintenance, Arenas obtained videos that show a group entering the building at The Edge with several weapons and then entering a unit. It happened just before a shootout that neighbors said was like warfare. Which is, I want to clarify, horrible, but it's worth noting that that's one incident. One bad thing can happen at a place, and that not be an indication that the entire building is run and taken over and being extorted by gang members. You know, there's a lot of difference between those two things. Still, some residents told Fox 31's Gabby Easterwood that gangs were not the problem. Absentee property management was. After meeting with the tenants from both complexes last week, Kaufman said he agreed with interim police chief Heather Morris, quote, that a Venezuelan gang is not in control of either of these 2 apartment complexes. Huh. Crazy. I'm gonna add this part. He believes that there were gang-related problems that caused the property managers to flee. Now, I want to say, that's because the mayor of this town is a conservative. And frankly, he buys the conservative bullshit that is being pumped out by the property management company. I, personally, believe the people who live in the building who are far more vulnerable than the landlord of the building who is lying to cover his ass. But, you know, that's just me. Oh, and as a final little cherry on top. Oh, Kaufman went into the complexes unaccompanied on Sunday without incident and visited every floor throughout all 9 buildings. Huh. What a war zone. I thought they were all occupied by the gangs. Crazy. CBZ Management also operated the Fitzsimmons Apartments on Nome Street, which the city recently shut down, citing code violations, forcing hundreds to find new homes in about a week. Man, who should we believe? The company that has a track record of fucking over literally hundreds of people to make more money by denying maintenance? Or, you know, the people who live there? I can't tell you. It's potato, am I right?
So which one is it? Is there a problem with Venezuelan gang violence in the area, or isn't there? Because on one...
Well, again, you started the segment by saying that the gangs were taking over apartments, which is a different thing than there being gang problems. Every city on Earth has gang problems, okay? Every single city has that problem. That isn't unique to Aurora, Colorado. What would be unique is if the criminal gangs started taking over apartment complexes.
One hand, they say this isn't a thing, figment of your imagination. On the other hand, they're like, no, totally. We created like a special task force to deal with it. And by the way, just going back to something that Cenk referenced really quickly. So there are still tenants living in this apartment complex. Many of them are low income. Many of them are migrants. And so recently they held a protest.
Nope, I'm just a salty socialist. I got a sharp tongue.
To protest against the landlord, who does seem like a giant piece of you know what. They complain about bed bugs, they complain about rodents, they complain about the terrible conditions that they're living under. And some of them are saying, no, the gang violence isn't the problem. The real problem is the landlord. But both things can be true, guys. The landlord being neglectful and not taking care of the building could actually attract more crime.
True. But the reason that these two things are largely seen as connected is because the property owner and the property management company are trying to cover their asses. That's why they brought in a law firm. Like the property, if there were actual crime being done at this place, do you think the property management would hire a law firm? No, they would just call the police. Are you kidding me? There's no reason to hire hiring a law firm is a lot of money. There's no reason to do that when you can just call the police. And you know who the police tend to listen to in their local areas? Property management companies that manage several buildings in the city. Police tend to show up for that.
That usually happens when gangs or criminals see a building kind of falling apart. They see it as an opportunity to come in and take over. And so I don't see that as, oh, well, it's one or the other. It could totally be both. And how do you account for all of these reports and all of this evidence that's pouring in regard to the issues that they're having, not just in this apartment complex, Cenk, but in the area in general? And look, there have also been some pretty interesting arrests ever since this story went viral. Let's go to this next graphic, where the Denver Post reports that police have identified 10 people linked to the Tren de Aragua gang who are operating in Aurora, and 6 of those people have been arrested and are in custody. Aurora police spokesperson Joe Moylan told the Denver Post.
That's great. But it doesn't support your theory that the gangs have taken over the apartment complexes, does it? Because again, you've shifted the conversation from gangs have taken over the apartment complexes to there's gang activity. And like, yeah, that's every city. Every city of relatively moderate size has gang activity in it. Like, if you asked the Aurora Police Department and its interim police chief, hey, is there gang activity in Aurora, Colorado? They would say yes. But when you ask them, are the gangs controlling apartment complexes? The answer is no, because those are two different questions and two different things.
Some are in custody in connection with a previously reported shooting on Nome Street in July. And so that shooting took place on July 28th. 2 people were shot. 1 other person was injured. Now, Moylan said that the officers have not yet arrested any gang members on charges related to collecting rent from residents at the...
Oh, so there's no evidence to back that up yet.
Aurora properties. So these arrests are separate, but it also shows that there is a presence of this gang in Aurora.
No one was denying that.
And that police are trying to grapple with it. By the
way, Gilda, my brain wants to call it Tren de Arugula, but I know I think it's I think it's Tren de Aragua. There we go.
That interim police chief declined to comment on how many criminal acts connected to Tren de Aragua members are currently under investigation, citing the ongoing investigative work. He said the police department has been investigating the gang for a year, and that the residents making
that sounds like something where if you asked them if the gang was active in the city, they would have said yes.
complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings. Let me read that one more time so people can hear it loud and clear. The interim police chief said that the residents making complaints about the gang's activity have largely been migrants who live in the buildings.
But again, are they saying that the gang has taken over the building? Because that's the fundamental issue at the heart of this story. Because everyone acknowledges gangs can be active in cities. So, why are you presenting this like it's a gotcha? I don't get it.
Why are we allowing them to be victimized by this? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, so look, again, you're gonna hear from one of the residents in a second, and it's compelling. But I think almost everyone involved in this story is full of crap. So the governor, Jared Polis, who I like for other reasons, but in this case, Anna's 100% right. There is no problem. That's why I did a task force months earlier.
Again, that's not what Jared Polis said. Here, let's take a look. Aurora Apartments. Let's see. Here. What did he say? Exclusive from New York Post. Colorado Governor Jared Polis dismisses migrant gang takeover of apartments as imagination. So, what he actually said was, no, they haven't taken over any apartment buildings. What he didn't say was, none of those gang members are operating in the city.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense at all. And then the mayor, Mike Kaufman, who's a Republican, Polis is a Democrat. This is a problem because of the border. Brother, the border's, what, hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away from you? What?
Also, the mayor backtracked on that statement.
Do you run the city or don't you? Like, let's say that a terrible gang came in, crossed the border, which actually they largely fly in, and they drove all the way to Colorado and they came to Aurora, Colorado. So you're gonna do nothing about it because, oh, Biden should have done something earlier, so I'm just gonna let them do it.
Or Bustin. Remember,
again, who is Jank like shadowboxing here? What person is like oh yeah, the gangs are coming and whatever. Like what? Like 10 people who are like ANCAPs? Like anarcho-capitalists? This is deeply, this chat, they dedicated 25 minutes to this story. 25 minutes.
Remember, Denver was one of the places where Greg Abbott was busing migrants into. So I don't know look, I don't know how these individuals arrived to that area.
Just real quick. Like, I find this so weird. Why would you bring that up? And like not look into it? Like you're alleging that Greg Abbott bussed violent gang members to Denver and like created the gang. But like their existence there seems to predate that. So why?
But that's just something you should keep in mind because that was something that was happening.
Yeah. So Mike Kaufman, look, I'm the most mad at him because he's the one that's going, there's a big problem, and I'm not doing anything about it. So which one is it? Then I guess you're a loser. Total, utter loser who should definitely be.
He is a loser who should be fired. That's true. But maybe when he's hemming and hawing about, oh, you know, on the one hand, everyone in the building told me it wasn't a problem. And on the other hand, the building owner told me it definitely was a problem. I just don't know who to believe. And my police haven't found anyone taking over these buildings, but I don't know. I think you can come to a pretty reasonable conclusion that saying these buildings are taken over by gang members is like a lie. It's just not true.
Fired in the next election. Who says, oh, there's giant gangs taking over buildings, and I'm not going to send in the cops. I'm not going to send in anyone. All I'm going to do is blame Biden for political reasons. Okay.
But that's not what happened. Cops have been to the building. You literally just talked about how cops arrested people in the area. Are you saying they didn't arrest people from those buildings that were taken over? Is that what you're trying to say? The police were willing to arrest like 10 members of the gang, but they didn't want to go into the buildings. That then the mayor toured without incident. And all the residents said it's not an issue. And all of the residents are instead pointing at the property management company and the landlord. Crazy.
Okay, well, you seem like a real profile in courage and not at all full of crap. Obviously, you're full of crap. If you think it's a giant problem, do something. Otherwise, you should obviously be fired. Now, right wing, left wing. So the right wing says, oh, because there's a criminal migrant gang, we should ban all immigrants. Well, that doesn't make any sense. And overall, when you look at the crime rates, we've been over this many, many times. I hate to break it to you guys, but native-born Americans, twice as violent, twice as many crimes as undocumented immigrants. And
you know, like, that's a great progressive talking point that maybe, if you were a real progressive network, might have been like a more welcome addition somewhere in the previous 15 minutes of this segment. You know, like, instead, you fearmongered about an immigrant gang on no evidence outside of a law firm's report that was hired and paid for by the property management company.
Four times as many crimes as documented immigrants. So if we're going to kick people out of the country based on how much crime they commit, we'd have to kick out the native-born Americans. And now right-wingers are going, hold on, dude. It's not my logic, it's your logic. If you're saying based on crime, native-born people are the biggest criminals. So if that breaks your heart, but wait a minute. You say that about immigrants. So when I say it factually about you, why does it bother you? Oh, if it bothers you, you think it might bother them, especially when you're lying about it, about them? Now, on the other hand, the left wing, why do you guys want to deny that any crime exists in the world?
Yeah, because that's what the left does. Yeah, like demonstrably conservatives argue that, you know, this is all because of the border. We just need to close the border. No immigration. Demonstrably, they do that, right? On the other hand, Cenk is like, why are all of you lefties saying crime isn't real? It's like that's not the argument. Why are you constructing a scarecrow here?
Like, how do you think that gives you credibility? And like, how does it help anyone? I mean, you claim you care about migrants, then why don't you care about the migrants that are in those buildings?
Man, why aren't you watching more interviews or listening to the testimonies of those migrants who held a rally outside of one of the buildings to talk about how the real issue wasn't gang activity, but the property management?
In fact, I think the cops aren't going in, the mayor didn't do anything because they thought, what difference does it make? It's migrants. Well, it's their people, let them deal with it. No, we don't do that in America.
No, they ran with it because it was a convenient media narrative because they're conservatives. And they ran with it because it was a media narrative fed to them by a powerful law firm.
We're all one here. We're citizens, we're US citizens, okay? You go protect those people. And left-wingers, I just don't get it. I don't get it. If you're pushing back against the demagoguing of immigrants, I just did that. That's how you do that.
Yeah, you just did that, but you ignored the fact that most of your evidence for this story is coming from a biased source that was hired by a company that is legally responsible for the conditions they've been forcing hundreds of people to live in. Like, How is this connection not made?
That, okay? But if you say, in order to push back against that, I'm just going to pretend that no immigrant has ever committed a crime and that those gangs aren't here and they haven't taken over anything, you sound ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the problem is that everything has devolved into extreme partisanship. And one of the most common comments I've gotten on Twitter about this, just simply noting what the facts are, is, oh, it's really sad to see that you're now on.
Noting what the facts are. Your facts all came from a cherry-picked legal document. What are you talking about? You got a press release from the property management with all of their bullet-pointed... I'm exaggerating for a fact. I don't know if she actually got a press release here. But basically, she looked into this story, saw a bunch of talking points written and crafted by a legal firm to absolve their client of legal responsibility when it came to their management of these companies, and just said, yep, that all looks true. I'm not going to question any element of that story. And has the gall to package that as progressive reporting.
On the other team. No, I need everyone to understand someone. I'm not on anyone's team, okay? I want to know what the truth is, and I'm really not interested in lying to my audience in order to protect...
Man, if your interest was the truth, then you probably shouldn't have gotten it from a law firm that is specifically hired by one of the parties in the story.
One team or the other. So let's hear from Cindy, who until very recently was living in the apartment complex, was begging the cops for help, and they were not helping her.
Okay, cool. Finally, we're hearing from at least one of the tenants. Maybe this will shed some light on the story.
Let's take a look at Cindy, again, former resident of the Whispering Pines apartment complex, city council member, helped her move out recently. Now she says that she's been dealing with so much violence in the building that she bought 6 cameras to provide evidence of what's been going on. And the videos that went viral were her videos. It was because of her cameras. Now here she is speaking about her experiences.
I believe it was your doorbell camera video that we have been watching for the last few...
Oh, cool. Then why is this being attributed to Edward Romero? Weird. Okay.
Days of what appear to be gang members, heavily armed, trying to get into the apartment across the hallway from yours. What did you see there, and how bad did it get in that building?
On this particular date, it was really bad, but it is not by any means an isolated occurrence. Unfortunately, I have months, almost a year and a half worth of footage from 6 separate cameras. Earlier that morning, I had seen several individuals carrying assault weapons down to the next floor of the building adjoining mine. And I had reported it to the police. So all day we were nervous and on high alert anyway, because they told us that they really couldn't do anything unless something happened. And
oh, so this is about an isolated incident of gang violence and not, in fact, the gangs taking over the apartment complex, which is the core the core component of the story.
And we were just waiting all day for it to happen. We knew it was coming.
Wait a minute. You've got people running around the apartment complex with long rifles and pistols. You call the police, and the police say they couldn't do anything about it?
They said they weren't coming.
Crazy. Here, just a second. Oh. Open carry is legal in Colorado, folks. So, police legally can't do anything about that if you see a bunch of people walking around with guns. Because it's an open carry state. Their hands are kind of tied in that circumstance.
Yeah, that is.
Personally, I don't think people should be able to do that either, but you know, that's unfortunately the scenario we find ourselves in, and legally they're able to do that, and police can't do a damn thing about it.
Outrageous. By the way, some streamers have decided to smear the city council member who helped this woman who's low income move out of her home into a
Well, the city council member who helped do that, that seems like a good thing.
Safe place to live. And they smear her, the city council member, as racist because she is concerned about this crime that's going on. Okay. Now, Cindy also provided evidence of, bullet holes around the building, a bullet hole in her vehicle. So there's one example. This was in the building. And then here she is standing with a reporter by her Nissan. And if you look at the next photo, you'll get a closer look at a bullet hole that her car obviously has as a result of the shootings and the violence in the area. So look, you can't fix a problem or solve a problem if.
But again, no one's saying there isn't gang activity. But gang activity happens in every city. And it's bad, and we should do things to combat it, to prevent it from gaining steam. But there's a big difference between isolated acts of gang activity or even systemic acts of gang activity, and the claim that they have taken over an apartment complex. That is a different thing. And again, if you're like, oh, well, you have to listen to that one tenant of the building, let's listen to other tenants from the building. Disputing claims of gang takeover, Aurora tenants protest slumlord owner. Crazy. Quote, I have bed bugs in my apartment. I have cockroaches. I have rats. My kids are all covered in bites. Juan Carlos Alvarado Jimenez, a Venezuelan immigrant living in the Edge at Lowry apartments in northwest Aurora, said through a translator, I don't see any criminals here. I think we all know who the real criminals here are. Crazy. The good that exists here is better than the bad, said Fancy Rodriguez, another tenant who spoke through a translator. We are not all just Venezuelans. We are not just Colombians. We are all of us together. We are good people. Wild stuff. Anyway.
If you're in denial of a problem. And clearly there is a problem here. And it's difficult to know the extent to which this criminal gang is operating in the area because it seems like there's this real effort to pretend like it's not even happening. And I have a huge problem with that because I think that migrants who are here should be able to live in peace. They should be safe. American citizens should live in peace. They should feel safe. And the idea that we should just allow this type of criminal activity to happen unchecked is ridiculous to me.
No one's saying that though. Like you're shadow boxing.
Yeah, so I find both the leftist streamers and the cops infuriating here. They just won't go to protect those people. And I mean, and the leftist streamers, you're looking for racial issues and you're blaming the commissioner who's actually trying to do something. How about the cops who won't protect the Latino and Latina immigrants that are there, that are begging for help? So cops, do your goddamn jobs. Your job is to serve and to protect. We have a culture of cowardice in our police departments in this country, where they're taught, oh, don't take a risk with your life. Your life is so much more important than the citizens. Don't take a risk, don't take a risk. Oh, they took over an apartment or an apartment building or half the apartment building.
Guys, shut the fuck up about the debate. I'm literally looking at it at C-SPAN right now. Shut the fuck up.
Whatever it is, it's a bunch of
Let me finish the segment.
Who cares? And now leftist streamers, you're not supposed to do the same thing. So here, Octosquiddy's a member on Twitch asked a good question. Jake and Anna, please tell us who the left is that you keep referring to and never defining. I'd really like to know as a self-ascribed leftist. No problem, because that we do that sometimes on the show. You don't know what we're referring to. Do we mean the whole left wing? Absolutely not. Okay, the majority of the left wing is perfectly reasonable on this.
Are they? You and
Anna,
I might have a disagreement here, Cenk.
Yeah, we have a massive disagreement.
Because Anna's going the way of Dave Rubin. Give her another 5 years, she'll be spewing Russian disinfo too.
You give those tiny little leftist streamers way too much
They're
credit.
not tiny little leftist streamers, Cenk. Hassan called the city council member racist for helping this woman move out of that. But like, that's not a small streamer. That's a huge streamer. That's not a small person.
Okay, I mean,
do you
look,
get what I'm saying?
I mean, what are we going to get into this now? We're going to be like Trump with crowd sizes?
No, but okay.
But hold on, Anna. Hold on.
Holy shit, come out and push back against that narrative, Cenk. Just the mainstream Democratic Party, do they come forward and push back against that narrative? Because you have the Democratic governor denying all of this.
Yeah, the governor denied that they took over apartment buildings. He's not denying that there's gang activity in those cities. For fuck's sake.
So I don't know who on the left wants to do something about it.
She's so cooked.
Anna, look, you have to be specific. Okay, I'm so glad Octo Squiddy's asked that question because we have to be specific about who we're talking about. So if you're saying, oh, well, you know, Hassan or some other leftist streamer is big, so that counts. Well, TYT Network is much, much larger. So, okay, we win. We represent the left. So we can play this game all day long, all day long. Come at me, 400 million views per month. So we definitely represent the left more.
I don't care.
So don't talk to me about the Democratic Party. What I'm talking about is the great majority of left-wing voters are, of course, normal, real Americans who don't want crime. That's so obvious. Only the craziest leftist streamers are like, oh, there's no crime, there's no crime, there's no crime at all, there's no crime. If you ever mention crime, oh, you're a right-winger, or you're a right-winger. It's ludicrous. You show the bullet holes, you show the guys taking over the apartment buildings, you show the residents, you show a giant report about how
I'm here, don't worry, I know it's happening.
Apartments and done extortion, et cetera. And they're like, no. There's never any crime, and crime is awesome, and there's nothing wrong with crime, and you guys shouldn't be worried about it. You know how—
Who's he impersonating? He's made up a person in his head. Both of them have made up people in their heads and are just boxing against them. They are detached from reality.
What percentage of actual human beings believe that? Like maximum 2%. 98% of left-wing voters do not want Venezuelan criminal gangs or American criminal gangs taking over the apartments of working class people
who are saying it's not happening. You care so much about these people, and yet you don't care that they're saying it's not happening. My God. Ending that fucking segment. What a disappointment these two are. Like, just, my goodness. All right. Now, I know many of you are freaking the hell out right now. Please stop. I've had the C-SPAN up the entire time.
Good evening, I'm David Muir, and thank you for joining us for tonight's ABC News presidential debate. We want to welcome viewers watching on
look
ABC
at that.
and
We're on
around the world
time.
tonight. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump are just moments away from taking the stage in this unprecedented race for president.
And I'm Lindsay Davis. Tonight's meeting could be the most consequential event of their campaigns, with Election Day now less than 2 months away. For Vice President Kamala Harris, this is her first debate since President Biden withdrew from the race on July 21st. Of course, that decision followed his debate against President Donald Trump in June. Since then, this race has taken on an entirely new dynamic.
And that brings us to the rules of tonight's debate. 90 minutes with 2 commercial breaks. No topics or questions have been shared with the campaigns. The candidates will have 2 minutes to answer questions, and this is the clock. That's what they'll be seeing. 2 minutes for rebuttals and 1.
I am wondering if we should make it small and put something else on the large screen, but that's just me.
1 minute for follow-ups, clarifications, or responses. Their microphones will only be turned on when it's their turn to speak. No pre-written notes allowed. There is no audience here tonight in this hall at the National Constitution Center. This is an intimate setting for 2 candidates who have never met.
President Trump won the coin toss. He chose to deliver the final closing statement of the evening. Vice President Harris selected the podium to the right.
So let's now welcome the candidates to the stage. Vice President Kamala Harris and President Donald Trump.
Okay. These are not going to help. All right, cool.
Kamala Harris. Let's have a good debate.
Nice to see you. Have fun.
Thank you.
Welcome to you both. It's wonderful to have you. It's an honor to have you both here tonight.
Good evening. We are
she took
looking
the high
forward to a
ground right off the
spirited
bat.
and thoughtful debate.
So let's get started. I want to begin tonight with the issue that voters repeatedly say is their #1 issue, and that is the economy and the cost of living in this country. Vice President Harris, you and President Trump were elected 4 years ago, and your opponent on the stage here tonight often asks his supporters, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So I was raised as a middle-class kid. And I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people
She's
of
going to
America.
needle him this entire time.
I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people. And that is why I imagine and have actually a plan to build what I call an opportunity economy. Because here's the thing. We know that we have a shortage of homes and housing. And the cost of housing is too expensive for far too many people. We know that young families need support to raise their children, and I intend on extending a tax cut for those families of $6,000, which is the largest child tax credit that we have given in a long time, so that those young families can afford to buy a crib, buy a car seat, buy clothes for their children.
She's clearly a bit
My
nervous, but I think she's going to ease into it.
One of them is small businesses. My mother raised my sister and me, but there was a woman who helped raise us. We call her our second mother. She was a small business owner. I love our small businesses. My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses, knowing they are part of the backbone of America's economy. My opponent, on the other hand, his plan is to do what he has done before, which is to provide a tax cut for billionaires and big corporations, which will result in $5 trillion to America's deficit.
Trump is going to try really hard here.
My opponent has a plan that I call the Trump's sales tax, which would be a
to restrain
20%
himself,
tax
and he does not
on
like that,
everyday
and he's
goods
not
that
good
you
at it.
rely on to get through the month. Economists have said that Trump sales tax would actually result for middle-class families in about $4,000 more a year because of his policies and his ideas about what should be the backs of middle-class people paying for tax cuts for billionaires.
Yeah, these are good attacks.
President Trump, I'll give you 2 minutes.
First of all, I have no sales tax. That's an incorrect statement. She knows that.
She came out
We're
swinging.
doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases. I took in billions and billions of dollars, as you know, from China. In fact, they never took the tariff off because there was so much money they can't.
She's going to needle
totally
him
destroy
to try and get
everything
him
that
to
they've
say
set out
the
to do.
sexist and
They're
racist
taking in
things.
billions of dollars from China and other places. They've left the tariffs on. When I had it, I had tariffs, and yet I had no inflation. Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before, probably the worst in our nation's history.
Oh, man, he has no idea what he's talking about,
but
Doug.
that's being generous because many things are 50, 60, 70, and 80% higher than they were just a few years ago. This has been a disaster for people,
late
for
for
the
him.
middle class, but
That's
for every
what's off.
class. On top of that, we have millions
Sleepy
of people
time.
pouring into our country from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums, and they're coming in and they're taking jobs that are occupied right now by African Americans and Hispanics, and also unions. Unions are going to be affected very soon. And you see what's happening. You see what's happening with towns throughout the United States. You look at Springfield,
Oh,
Ohio.
she's gonna rock
You look
him.
at Aurora
Look
in
at this.
Colorado. They are taking
She's
over
mogging
the towns.
him
They're taking
in
over
real
buildings.
time.
They're going in violently. These are the people that she and Biden led into our country. And they're destroying our country.
Black jobs.
They're dangerous.
Ask him what a
They're
black
at the
job
highest
is.
level of criminality, and we have to get them out. We have to get them out fast. I created one of the greatest economies in the history of our country. I'll do it again and even better.
We are going to get to immigration and border security during this debate, but
The Venezuelan
I
gang.
would like to let Vice President Harris respond
Covered
on
it.
the economy here.
Well, I would love to. Let's talk about what Donald Trump left us. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment since the Great Depression. Donald Trump left us the worst public health epidemic in a century. Donald Trump left us the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And
Get
what we
his
have done
ass.
is clean up Donald Trump's mess What we have done and what I intend to do is build on what we know are the aspirations and the hopes of the American people. But I'm going to tell you all, in this debate tonight, you're going to hear from the same old tired playbook a bunch of lies, grievances, and name-calling. What you're going to hear tonight is a detailed and dangerous plan called Project 2025 that the former president intends on implementing if he were elected again.
She's doing what I do sometimes,
believe very
Chad.
strongly that the American people want a president who
She's
understands
just telling
the
you what's
importance
going to happen.
of bringing us together.
Makes her
and
look
we have
so
much
good.
more in common than what separates us. And I pledge to you to be a president for all Americans.
President Trump will give you a minute.
He literally nodded
Number one, I have
along.
nothing to do, as you know, and as she knows better than anyone, I have nothing to do with Project 2025. That's out there. I haven't read it. I don't want to read it purposely. I'm not going to
Thank
read
you for
it.
subscribing.
This was a group of people that got together. They came up with some ideas. I guess some good, some bad. But it makes no difference. I have nothing to do. Everybody knows I'm an open book.
chose
Everybody
the
knows what I'm going to do.
VP
Cut
pick of
taxes
Project
very
2025.
substantially and create a great economy like I did before. We had the greatest economy. We got hit with a
She's
pandemic.
mogging
and the
him.
pandemic
It's
was
crazy.
not since 1917, where 100 million people died. Has there been anything like it? We did a phenomenal job with the pandemic. We handed them over a country where
man.
the economy and where the stock
He's
market was
doubling
higher
down
than it
on
was
his
before the
pandemic
pandemic
response.
came
This
in.
is so good.
Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
makes him look
we
so
made
bad to his
ventilators for
audience.
the entire world. We got gowns, we got masks, we did things that nobody thought possible. And people give me credit for rebuilding the
He got
military. They give me
masks.
credit for a lot of things,
Impossible
but not
task.
enough credit for the great job we did with the pandemic. But the only jobs they got were bounce back jobs. These were jobs bounce back, and it bounced back and it went to their benefit. But I was the one that created them. They know it, and so does everybody else.
Vice President
Guys,
Harris,
we're
I'll
like
let you
2 minutes in. He's already so mad.
Donald Trump has no plan for you. And when you look at his economic plan, it's all about tax breaks for the richest people. I am offering what I describe as an opportunity economy, and the best
Salmon Moose,
economists
thank you for
in
the
our
tier 4
country,
sub.
if not the world, have reviewed our relative plans for the future of America. What Goldman Sachs has said is that Donald Trump's plan would make the economy worse. Mine would strengthen the economy. What the Wharton School has said is Donald Trump's plan would actually explode the deficit. 16 Nobel laureates have described his economic plan as something that would increase inflation and by the middle of next year would invite a recession. You just have to look.
Just by the way, I want to pause real quick. The Wharton School reference, Donald Trump went to Wharton for college in the 60s, okay? Like she is deliberately needling under his skin, and it's getting to him so hard.
At where we are and where we stand on the issues. And I'd invite you to know that Donald Trump actually has no plan for you because he is more interested in defending himself than he is in looking out for you.
That's just a soundbite. They gave her that.
He can't do it.
I went to the Wharton
His
School
mic
of
is on.
Finance, and many of those professors, the top professors, think my plan is a brilliant plan. It's a great plan. It's a plan that's going to
he's gonna
bring
be
up
losing
our
it. Give her
worth,
like
our
5 more
value as a
minutes.
country. It's going to make people want to be able to go and work and create jobs and create a lot of good, solid money for our,
Oh
for
my
our country.
God.
And just to finish off, she doesn't have a plan. She copied Biden's plan, and it's like 4 sentences, like run, spot, run. 4 sentences that are just, oh, we'll try and lower taxes. She doesn't have a plan. Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
4 sentences.
Mr. President,
like
I do want to drill
run,
down on
spot,
something you
run.
both brought
That's
up.
4 sentences.
The Vice President brought up your tariffs. You responded, and let's drill down on this because your plan is what she calls is essentially a national sales tax. Your proposal calls for tariffs, as you pointed out here, on foreign imports across the board. You recently said that you might double your plan, imposing tariffs up to 20% on goods coming into this country. As you know, many economists say that with tariffs at that level, costs are then passed on to the consumer. Vice President Harris has argued it'll mean higher prices on gas, food, clothing, medication, arguing it costs the typical family nearly $4,000 a year. Do you believe Americans can afford higher prices because of tariffs?
They're not going to have higher prices. What's going to have, and who's going to have higher prices is China and all of the countries that have been ripping us off for years. I was the only president ever. China was paying us hundreds of billions of dollars, and so were other countries. And, you know, if she doesn't like them, they should have gone out and they should have immediately cut the tariffs. But those tariffs are there 3.5 years now under their administration. We are going to take in billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars. I had no inflation, virtually no inflation. They had the highest inflation perhaps in the history of our country, because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else. The people of our country are absolutely dying with what they've done. They've destroyed the economy.
His
And all you
last
have to do is
tariff
look at a
cost
poll.
us more
The
than our
polls
entire
say
nuclear
80
arsenal
and 85
combined.
and even 90% that the Trump economy was great, that their economy was terrible.
Vice President Harris, I do want to ask for your response, and you heard what the president said there, because the Biden administration did keep a number of the Trump tariffs in place. So how do you respond?
Well, let's be clear that the Trump administration resulted in a trade deficit, one of the highest we've ever seen in the history of America. He invited trade wars. You want to talk about his deal with China? What he ended up doing is, under Donald Trump's presidency, he ended up selling American chips to China to help them improve and modernize their military, basically sold us out, when a policy about China should be in making sure the United States of America wins the competition for the 21st century, which means focusing on the details of what that requires, focusing on relationships with our allies, focusing on investing in American-based technology so that we win the race on AI, on quantum computing, focusing on what we need to do to support America's workforce so that we don't end up having on the short end of the stick in terms of workers' rights. But what Donald Trump did, let's talk about this, with COVID, is he actually thanked President Xi for what he did during COVID. Look at his tweet. Thank you, President Xi, exclamation point. When we know that Xi was responsible for lacking and not giving us transparency about the origins of COVID.
President Trump, I'll let you respond.
First of all, they bought their chips from Taiwan. We hardly make chips anymore because of philosophies like they have and policies like they have. I don't say her because she has no policy.
He just walked into a trap.
That she believed 3 years ago and 4 years ago is out the window. She's going to my philosophy now. In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy. But if she ever got elected, she'd change it.
I just realized that me throwing things up on screen is not going to help because it's all mirrored. God damn it. The thing I threw up before, the last tariff cost more than all of our nuclear forces combined. And the one I just threw up is that the CHIPS Act was specifically designed to bring back American manufacturing of silicon chips.
Policy that you'd say they have to hate our country.
President Trump, thank you. Lindsay?
I want to turn to the issue of abortion. President Trump, you've often touted that you were able to kill Roe v. Wade. Last year, you said that you were proud to be the most pro-life president in American history. Then last month, you said that your administration would be great for women and their reproductive rights. In your home state of Florida, you surprised many with regard to your 6-week abortion ban, because you initially had said that it was too short. And you said, quote, I'm going to be voting that we need more than 6 weeks. But then the very next day, you reversed course and said you would vote to support the 6-week ban. Vice President Harris says that women shouldn't trust you on the issue of abortion because you've changed your position so many times. Therefore, why should they trust you?
Well, the reason I'm doing that vote is because the plan is, as you know, the vote is, they have abortion in the 9th month. They even have, and you can look at the governor of West Virginia, the previous governor of West Virginia, not the current governor, who's doing an excellent job, but the governor before, he said the baby will be born and we will decide what to do with the baby. In other words, we'll execute the baby. And that's why I did that, because that predominates, because they're radical. The Democrats are radical in that. And her vice presidential pick, which I think was a horrible pick, by the way, for our country, because he is really out of it. But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execute.
Hey, can we get abortion in like the, I don't know, 527,000th month? Can we get that? Can we get that kind of abortion?
Execution after birth. It's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born is okay. And that's not okay with me, hence the vote. But what I did is something for 52 years they've been trying to get Roe v. Wade into the states. And through the genius and heart and strength of 6 Supreme Court justices, we were able to do that. Now, I believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother. I believe strongly in it. Ronald Reagan did also. 85% of Republicans do.
Keep in mind, exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother are not actual exceptions. They don't exist. You cannot prove any of those conditions in the time frame it takes to have a baby. And that is just cold, hard facts.
Exceptions, very important. But we were able to get it, and now states are voting on it. And for the first time, you're going to see, look, this is an issue that's torn our country apart for 52 years. Every legal scholar, every Democrat, every Republican, liberal, conservative, they all wanted this issue to be brought back to the states where the people could vote. And that's what happened. Now, Ohio, the vote was somewhat liberal. Kansas, the vote was somewhat liberal, much more liberal than people would have thought. But each individual state is voting. It's the vote of the people now. It's not tied up in the federal government. I did a great service in doing it. It took courage to do it. And the Supreme Court had great courage in doing it. And I give tremendous credit to those 6 justices.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your response to President Trump.
Man.
Well, as I said, you're going to hear a bunch
job.
of lies. And
Good
that's
moderating.
not actually a surprising fact. Let's understand how we got here. Donald Trump hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did exactly as he intended. And now in over 20 states, there are Trump abortion bans, which make it criminal for a doctor or nurse to provide health care. In one state, it provides prison for life.
Yep.
Trump abortion bans that make no exception even for rape and incest, which understand what that means. A survivor of a crime of violation to their body does not have the right to make a decision about what happens to their body next. That is immoral. And one does not have to abandon their faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government, and Donald Trump certainly, should not be telling a woman what to do with her body. I have talked with women around our country. You want to talk about this is what people wanted? Pregnant women who want to carry a pregnancy to term, suffering from a miscarriage, being denied care in an emergency room because the healthcare providers are afraid they might go to jail, and she's bleeding out in a car in the parking lot. She didn't want that. Her husband didn't want that. A 12 or 13-year-old survivor of incest being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. They don't want that. And I pledge to you, when Congress passes a bill to put back in place the protections of Roe v. Wade,
And he just
as
has to sit
President
there
of the
and take
United
it.
States,
This is
I
so
will
good.
proudly sign it into law. But understand, if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he will sign a national abortion ban. Understand, in his Project 2025, there would be a national abortion, a monitor that would be monitoring your pregnancies, your miscarriages. I think the American
True.
people believe that certain freedoms, in particular the freedom to make decisions about one's own body,
Oh, he can't say
should
anything.
not
It's
be made by
killing
the
him.
government.
Thank you, Vice President
He's dying
Harris.
Well, there
inside.
she goes again. It's a lie. I'm not signing a ban, and there's no reason to sign a ban because we've gotten what everybody wanted. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody else.
She's
and
mocking
every
him.
legal scholar wanted it to be brought back into the states, and the states are voting. And it may take a little time.
Bringing it back,
but for
bringing it back to the states is a way of getting a national abortion ban.
52 years, this issue has torn
That's
our
their
country
pathway.
apart, and they've wanted it back in the states. And I did something that nobody thought was possible. The states are now voting. What she says is an absolute lie. And as far as the abortion ban, no, I'm not in favor of abortion ban, but it doesn't matter because this issue has now been taken over by the states.
Would you veto a national abortion ban if it came
Well,
to
I
your
won't
desk?
have to because, again, two things.
He can't
Number
say
one,
yes.
she said
He
she'll go
can't
back to
say
Congress.
yes.
She'll never get the vote. It's impossible for her to get the vote, especially now with the
Oh, he's
50-50,
screwed.
and essentially 50-50 in both Senate and the House. She's not going to get the vote. She can't get the vote. She won't even come close to it. So it's just talk.
Ask
you know what
another
it
follow-up.
reminds me of? When they said
Do
they're going to
it.
get student loans terminated, and it ended up being a total catastrophe. The student loans, and then I think probably her boss, if you call him a boss, he spends all his time on the beach. But look, her boss went out and said, we'll do it again. We'll do it a different way. And
No,
went
I
out,
said
got
he is
rejected
screwed.
again by the Supreme Court. So all these students got...
He is screwed. He can't answer the question like directly. He can't even lie and say, yes, I would veto a ban, because his audience would get so mad. It would literally threaten his chances of winning.
Wonderful. Let's go to Congress, do it. But the fact is that for years they wanted to get it out of Congress and out of the federal government, and we did something that everybody said couldn't be done. And now you have a vote of the people on abortion.
Vice President Harris, I want to give you your time to respond, but I do want to ask, would you support any restrictions on a woman's right to an abortion?
I absolutely support reinstating the protections of Roe v. Wade. And as you rightly mentioned, nowhere in America is a woman carrying a pregnancy to term and asking for an abortion. That is not happening. It's insulting to the women of America. And understand what has been happening under Donald Trump's abortion bans.
Oh, he
Couples
can't stand
who
a woman
pray
telling him no.
and dream of having a family are being denied IVF treatments. What is happening in our country? Working people, working women who are working 1 or 2 jobs, who can barely afford childcare as it is, have to travel to another state to get on a plane sitting next to strangers.
She's
to
hitting
go
him with
and
the
get
Restoro
healthcare she
tactic.
needs. Barely can afford to do it, and what you are putting her through is unconscionable. And the people of America have not, the majority of Americans believe in a woman's right to make decisions about her own body. And that is why in every state where this issue has been on the ballot, in red and blue states both, the people of America have voted for freedom.
Vice President Harris,
Excuse me, I have to respond. Another lie. It's another lie. I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader on it. They know that, and everybody else knows it. I have been a leader on fertilization, IVF. And the other thing,
I never want to hear him say that
You should
again.
ask.
A leader on fertilization.
Will she allow abortion
You.
in the 8th month, 9th month, 7th month?
Come on.
Okay, would you do that? Why don't you ask her that question?
Why don't you answer
That's
the
problem.
question? Would you
because
veto?
under Roe v.
Answer
Wade,
the question, would you veto?
you could do abortions in the 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th
That's
month,
not true.
and probably after birth. Just look at the governor, former governor of Virginia. The governor of Virginia said we put the baby aside and then we determine what we want to do with the baby.
President Trump, thank you.
We're going to turn now to immigration and border security. We know
Just in case anyone doesn't know, that has never, ever been the case.
it's an issue that's important to Republicans, Democrats, voters across the board in this country. Vice President Harris, you were tasked by President Biden with getting to the root causes of migration from Central America. We know that illegal border crossings reached a record high in the Biden administration. This past June, President Biden imposed tough new asylum restrictions. We know the numbers since then have dropped significantly.
This is
But
gonna
my
be bad,
question to you tonight is, why did the administration wait until 6 months before the election to act? And would you have done anything differently from President Biden on this?
So I'm the only person on this stage who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations for the trafficking of guns, drugs, and human beings. And let me say that the United States Congress, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Senate, came up with a border security bill which I supported. And that bill would have put 1,500 more border agents on the border to help those folks who are working there right now overtime, trying to do their job. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States. I know there are so many families watching tonight who have been personally affected by the surge of fentanyl in our country. That bill would have put more resources to allow us to prosecute transnational criminal organizations for trafficking in guns, drugs, and human beings. But you know what happened to that bill?
This is
Donald
a good
Trump
strat.
got on the phone, called up some folks in Congress, and said, kill the bill. And you know why? because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And understand, this comes at a time where the people of our country actually need a leader who engages in solutions, who actually addresses the problems at hand. But what we have in the former president is someone who would prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
Okay, this
and
was
I'll tell you
maybe
something.
the best way
He's
she
going
could
to
have
talk about immigration a
answered
lot
this.
tonight, even when it's not the subject that is being raised. And I'm going to actually do something really unusual, and I'm going to invite you to attend one of Donald Trump's rallies, because it's a really interesting thing to watch. You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom. And I will tell you, the one thing you will not hear him talk about is you. You will not hear him talk about your needs, your dreams, and your desires.
This is good.
And I'll tell you, I believe you deserve a president who actually puts you first, and I pledge to you that I will.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, on that point, I want to get your response.
Well, I would like to respond.
Let me just ask, though, why did you try to kill that bill, and successfully so, that would have put thousands of additional agents and officers on the border?
First, let me respond as to the rallies. She said people start leaving. People don't go to her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's busing them in and paying them to be there, and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation. And it happened 3.5 years ago. And what's going on here, you're going to end up in World War III, just to go into another subject. What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating. They're eating
what
the
is he
pets
talking
of
about?
the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Oh my God, he
and
brought
it's a
it.
shame.
He brought that
as far
talking
as
point.
Rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they go is they like what I say. They want to bring our country back. They
that
want
is
to
the
make
current
America
meme
great
among
again. It's a very simple
conservatives.
phrase: "Make America great again." She's
Oh my
destroying
God.
this country. And if she becomes president, this country doesn't have a chance of success. Not only success, we'll end up being Venezuela on steroids.
I just want to clarify here. You bring up Springfield, Ohio, and ABC News did reach out to the city manager there. He told us there have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I've also seen reruns of the Avengers movie on television. That doesn't make it real.
I'm not taking this from
But
television.
the people are
I'm
on
taking it from
television
the city
saying their
manager.
dog was eaten by the people that went there.
No one's eating
Again,
dogs.
Springfield
This
City
is
manager
just a
says there's
crazy
no evidence of
lie.
that. Vice
We'll
President
find
Harris,
out.
I'll let you respond to the rest of what you've heard.
You talk about extreme.
Immediately justifying her point.
This is, I think, one of the reasons why in this election I actually have the endorsement of 200 Republicans who have formerly worked with President Bush, Mitt Romney, and John McCain, including the endorsement of former Vice President Dick Cheney and Congress member Liz
that's
Cheney.
not good.
And if you want to really know
Don't list that as a
the inside
positive
track
quality.
on who the former president is, if he didn't make it clear already, just ask people who have worked with him. His former chief of staff, a 4-star general, has said he has contempt for the Constitution of the United States.
It's true.
His former national security advisor has said he is
look at him.
dangerous and unfit.
He's doing the butthole thing with his
former
mouth.
Secretary of Defense has said the nation, the republic, would never survive another Trump term. And when we listen to this kind of rhetoric, when the issues that affect the American people are not being addressed, I think the choice is clear in this election.
President Trump, I'll give you a quick minute to respond
Yeah.
here.
Thank you. Because when I hear that, see, I'm a different kind of a person. I fired most of those people, not so graciously. They did bad things or a bad job. I fired them. They never fired one person. They didn't fire anybody having to do with Afghanistan and the Taliban and the 13 people who
You invited the
were just
Taliban to
killed,
Camp
viciously
David
and
on
violently
September
killed. And I
11th,
got to know
bro.
the parents and the family. They
What are you
didn't fire. They
talking
should have fired
about?
all those generals, all those top people, because that was one of the most
Dude.
incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So
Oh,
when
he's
somebody
walking
does a
into
bad
her
job,
traps left
I'd
and right.
fire
This
him.
is Sideshow
And you take a
Bob
guy
and the
like
rakes all
Esper, he
over
was no
again.
good. I fired him, so he writes a book. Another one writes a book, because with me they can write books. With nobody else can they? But
He
they
released
have done
all
such
of
a
the
poor job,
Taliban
and they
prisoners
never
we had
fire anybody. Look at the
to
economy.
give himself an
look
easier
look at
election
the inflation.
season.
They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any president, sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what
That's
you
not
wanted to talk
true.
about earlier, so let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president has reacted to as well. President Trump, you call this the largest domestic deportation operation in the history of our country. You say you would use the National Guard. You say if things get out of control, you'd have no problem using the U.S.
With local
military.
police, yes.
You also said you would use local police. How would you deport 11 million undocumented immigrants? I know you believe that number is much higher. Take us through this. What does this look like? Will authorities be going door to door in this country?
Yeah, it is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals.
Man, I really
They
feel like
allowed
she should have been able to
terrorists. They
respond
allowed
there.
common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers, to come into our country, and they're now in the United States and told by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow, and I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof.
It is
despite
actually
their fraudulent
going down.
statements that they made.
He's just
crime in
lying.
this country is through the roof, and we have a new form
Crime
of
by
crime. It's
every
called
metric
migrant
is
crime,
down.
and it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall violent crime is actually coming down in this country. But
Well,
Vice
excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you the-
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities with the worst crime.
He's
it was
just
a
lying.
fraud. Just like their number of
Oh my
818,000
God,
jobs
dude.
that they said they created turned out to be a fraud.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris.
Well, I think this is so rich, coming from someone who has been prosecuted for national security
Get 'em.
crimes, economic crimes, election interference.
Oh, she's
has been
looking at him
found
as she says
liable
it.
for sexual assault,
Oh,
and
get
his
'em.
next big court appearance is in November at his own criminal sentencing.
Get him.
And let's be clear where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule of law and respect for law enforcement. The former vice
He's
president
getting
called
more
for
and more
defunding
enraged.
federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk about what is important in this race. It is important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with this same old tired playbook.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
Excuse me. Every one of those cases was started by them against their political opponent. And I'm winning most of them, and I will win the rest on appeal. And you saw that with the decision that came down just recently from the Supreme Court.
He's a
I'm winning
convicted
most of them.
felon.
But those are
You-
cases, it's
on,
called
like,
weaponization.
34
Never
charges.
happened in this country. They weaponized the Justice Department. Every one of those cases was involved with the DOJ, from Atlanta and Fani Willis to the Attorney General of New York and the DA in New York, every one of those cases. And then they say, oh, he's a criminal. They're the ones that made them go after me. By the way, Joe Biden was found essentially guilty on the documents case. And what happened in my documents case? They said, oh, that's the toughest of them all. A complete and total victory. 2 months ago, it was thrown out. It's weaponization, and they used it, and it's never happened in this country. They used it to try and win an election. They're fake cases.
President Trump, thank you. A really quick response here, Vice President Harris, on this notion of weaponization of the Justice Department.
Where are you,
let's
Joe?
talk about extreme and understand the context in which this election in 2024 is taking place. The United States Supreme Court recently ruled that the former president would essentially be immune from any misconduct if he were to enter the White House again. Understand, this is someone who has openly said he would terminate, I'm quoting, terminate the Constitution of the United States, that he would weaponize the Department of Justice against his political enemies.
Maybe he shouldn't have said those
Someone who
things.
has openly expressed disdain for members of our military. Understand what it would mean if Donald Trump were back in the White House with no guardrails, because certainly we know now the court won't stop him. We know J.D. Vance is not going to stop him. It's up to the American people
Vice President
to stop
Harris,
him.
thank you. Lindsay?
Vice President Harris, in your last run for president.
This is the one that weaponized.
Oh, he's
not me.
losing it, bro.
She weaponized. I probably took a bullet to the head because of the things that they say about me. They talk about democracy. I'm a threat to democracy. They're the threat to democracy.
Oh, he's
with the
losing
fake
it.
Russia
He can't-
investigation
We do have a lot to
that
get.
went nowhere.
We have a lot to get to.
He
Lindsay?
can't control
Vice
himself.
President Harris, in your last run for
Slur
president, you said
incoming
you
in
wanted
5.
to ban fracking. Now you don't. You wanted mandatory government buyback programs for assault weapons. Now your campaign says you don't. You supported decriminalizing border crossings. Now you're taking a harder line. I know you say that your values have not changed. So then why have so many of your policy positions changed?
So my values have not changed, and I'm going to discuss every one of the, at least every point that you've made. But in particular, let's talk about fracking, because we're here in Pennsylvania. I made that very clear in 2020. I will not ban fracking. I have not banned fracking as Vice President of the United States, and in fact, I was the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which opened new leases for fracking. My position is that we have got to invest in diverse sources of energy so we reduce our reliance on foreign oil. We have had the largest increase in domestic oil production in history because of an approach that recognizes that we cannot over-rely on foreign oil. As it relates to my values, let me tell you, I grew up a middle-class kid raised by a hardworking mother who worked and saved and was able to buy our first home when I was a teenager. The values I bring to the importance of home ownership, knowing not everybody got handed $400 million on a silver platter and then filed bankruptcy 6 times, is a value that I bring to my work to say we are going to work with the private sector and home builders to increase 3 million homes, increase by 3 million homes by the end of my first term. My work that is related to having a friend when I was in high school who was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. And my focus then on protecting women and children from violent crime is based on a value that is deeply grounded in the importance of standing up for those who are most vulnerable. My work that is about protecting Social Security and Medicare is based on long-standing work that I have done, protecting seniors from scams. My values have not changed. And what is important is that there is a president who actually brings values and a perspective that is about lifting people up and not beating people down and name-calling. The true measure of the leader is the leader who actually understands the strength is not in beating people down, it's in lifting people up. I intend to be that president.
President Trump, your
Well,
response?
first of all, I wasn't given $400 million. I wish I was. My father was a Brooklyn builder, Brooklyn, Queens, and a great father, and I learned a lot from him. But I was given a fraction of that, a tiny fraction, and I built it into many, many billions of dollars, many, many billions. And when people see it, they are
you inherited
even
it from your
surprised.
dad.
So we don't have to talk about that. Fracking, she's been against it for 12 years. Defund the police, she's been against that forever. She gave all that stuff up very wrongly, very horribly.
He said the
and
opposite of
everybody's
what he meant
laughing
to
at it,
say.
Okay, they're all laughing at it. She gave up at least 12 and probably 14 or 15 different policies. Like, she was big on defund the police. In Minnesota, she went out. Wait a minute, I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar? She went out. She went out in Minnesota and wanted to let criminals that killed people, that burned down Minneapolis, she went out and raised money to get them out of jail. She did things that nobody would ever think of. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This is a radical left liberal that would do this. She wants to confiscate your guns,
if you're a
and she will never
conservative,
allow
how
fracking
can you
in
swallow
Pennsylvania.
this garbage?
If she won the election, fracking in Pennsylvania will end on day one.
He literally
Just
said
to
they're
finish
going
one
to
thing, so
trans the
important in my opinion.
immigrants.
So I got the oil business going like nobody has ever done before. When they took over, they got rid of it, started getting rid of it, and the prices were going up the roof. They immediately let these guys go to where they were. I would have been 5 times, 4 times, 5 times higher, because you're talking about 3.5 years ago. They got it up to where I was because they had no choice, because the prices of energy were quadrupling and doubling. You saw what happened to gasoline. So they said, let's go back to Trump. But if she won the election, the day after that election, they'll go back to destroying our country, and oil will be dead, fossil fuel will be dead. We'll go back to windmills, and we'll go back to solar, where they need a whole desert to get some energy to come out. You ever see a solar plant? By the way, I'm a big fan of solar, but they take 400, 500 acres of desert
They're
soil.
just letting
These
them
are not good
talk.
things for the
This is
environment.
crazy.
Thank you.
Lindsay, thank you. We have an election in just 56 days. And I want to talk about the peaceful transfer of power, which, of course, we all know is a cornerstone of our democracy, and the role of a president in a moment of crisis. Mr. President, on January 6th, you told your supporters to march to the Capitol. You said you would be right there with them. The country and the world saw what played out at the Capitol that day, the officers coming under attack. Aides in the West Wing say you watched it unfold on television off the Oval Office.
It's true.
You did send out tweets, but it was more than 2 hours before
live.
you sent out that video message telling your supporters to go home. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day?
You just said a thing that isn't covered. Peacefully and patriotically, I said during my speech, not later on. Peacefully
And then you didn't do anything
and
about it for
patriotically.
hours.
And nobody on the other side was killed. Ashley Babbitt was shot by an out-of-control police officer that should have never, ever shot her.
They
It's
were
a
breaking through
disgrace.
the windows
But
of the
we
Capitol
didn't
like
do
a
this
zombie
group of
movie.
people that have been treated so badly. I ask, what about all the
Chanting
people
that
that are
they
pouring
wanted to
into our
hang
country
the
and
vice
killing
president?
people that she allowed to pour in? She was the border czar. Remember that. She was the border czar. She doesn't want to be called the border czar because she's embarrassed by the border. In fact, she said at the beginning, "Well, I'm surprised you're not talking about the border yet." That's because she knows what a bad job they've done. What about those people? When are they going to be prosecuted? When are these people
He's going
from
crazy,
countries all
Doug.
over the world, not just South America?
She just needs
They're
to, like,
coming
push
in
him a
from
little bit
all
more. He's gonna
over
lose it.
The world, David, all over the world. And crime rates are down all over the world because of it.
But let me
but
just
when
ask
are those, David, when are those people going to be prosecuted? When are the people that burned down Minneapolis going to be prosecuted? Or in Seattle? They went into Seattle. They
When I
took over
judged
a big
rhetoric,
percentage of
we
the city of
deducted
Seattle.
points for
when are
going
those people
overtime
going to
like
be
this.
prosecuted?
Fair.
But let
Yeah.
me just
Thank you
ask
for the
You might ask
$5
her that
donut.
question.
You were the president. You were
fun
watching
fact.
it unfold on television.
They did prosecute the people who burned down Minneapolis. And guess what? They were conservative. They were Boogaloo boys. They were Trump supporters.
Television. It's a very simple question as we move forward toward another election. Is there anything you regret about what you did on that day? Yes or no?
I had nothing to do with that other than they asked me to make a speech. I showed up for a speech. I said, I think it's going to be big.
I had nothing to
went
do
to
with it.
Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington, D.C., and the mayor put it back in writing, as you know. I said, you know, this is
Why
going to be
are
a
you
very
letting him
big
answer like
rally
this?
or whatever you want
Mute
to call
him.
it. And
You
again,
wanted a
it
yes/no
wasn't done by me. It was
response.
done by others. I said, I'd like to give you 10,000 National Guard or soldiers. They rejected me. Nancy Pelosi rejected me. It was just 2 weeks ago. Her daughter has a tape of her saying she is fully responsible for what happened. They want to get rid of that tape. It would have never happened if Nancy Pelosi and the mayor of Washington did their jobs. I wasn't responsible for security. Nancy Pelosi
this is
was
exactly
responsible.
what
She
Kamala
didn't do her
Harris
job.
wanted.
The question was about you as president, not about former Speaker Pelosi, but I do want Vice President Harris to respond here.
I was at the Capitol on January 6th. I was the vice president-elect. I was also an acting senator. I was there. And on that day, the President of the United States incited a violent mob to attack our nation's capital, to desecrate our nation's capital. On that day, 140 law enforcement officers were injured, and some died. And understand, the former president has been indicted and impeached for exactly that reason. But this is not an isolated situation. Let's remember Charlottesville, where there was a mob of people carrying tiki torches, spewing anti-Semitic hate. And what did the president then at the time say? There were fine people on each side. Let's remember that when it came to the Proud Boys, a militia, the president said, the former president said, stand back and stand by. So for everyone watching who remembers what January 6th was,
I covered it live.
I say, we don't have to go back. Let's not go back. We're not going back. It's time to turn the page. And if that was a bridge too far for you, well, there is a place in our campaign for you to stand for country, to stand for our democracy, to stand for rule of law, and to end the chaos, and to end the approach that is about attacking the foundations of our democracy because you don't like the outcome. And be clear on that point. Donald Trump, the candidate, has said in this election there will be a bloodbath if this and the outcome of this election is not to his liking. Let's turn the page on this. Let's not go back. Let's chart a course for the future and not go backwards to the past.
Let me just follow up here.
It was a different term, and it was a
Leave
term
him
that
muted.
related to energy because they have destroyed our energy business. That was where bloodbath was. Also, on Charlottesville, that story has been,
the
as you
real
would say,
bloodbath.
debunked.
Who
Laura
was the
Ingraham,
energy business?
Sean Hannity, Jesse,
Not the people
all
who
of
actually
these people,
died.
they covered it. If they go an extra sentence, they will see it was perfect. It was debunked in almost every newspaper, but they still bring it up, just like they bring 2025 up. They bring all of this stuff up. I ask you this. You talk about the Capitol.
You tried to
Why are
overthrow
we
democracy
allowing
one time,
these
they never let
millions
it
of
go.
people to come through on the southern border? How come she's not doing anything? And I'll tell you what I would do, and I would be
Yeah,
very
we
proud
are
to
producing
do it.
more oil
I
than
would
we
say
have
would
ever
both
produced
lead
before
this
in
debate
America.
right now.
Right now.
I'd like to see her go down to Washington, D.C. during this debate because we're wasting a lot of time. Go down to, because she's been so bad, it's so ridiculous. Go down to Washington, D.C. and let her sign a bill to close
Mute
up the
him.
border because they have the right to do it. They don't need bills. They have the right to do it. The President of the United States, you'll get him out of bed, you'll wake him up at 4 o'clock
we don't
in the
need to
afternoon,
pass
you'll say,
legislation.
Come on
Just
down
make
to
the
office, let's
president
sign
a
bill."
dictator.
If he signs a bill that the border is closed, all he has to
The
do is
bill
say it
needs
to
to
the
be
Border
passed by
Patrol, who are
Congress.
phenomenal. If
That's
they
how
do
bills
that, the
work.
border
He
is
hasn't
closed.
watched
Mr.
Those
President.
people are killing many people.
He
Unlike
hasn't
J6.
watched the
We talked
what is a
immigration
bill.
here tonight. I do want to focus on this next issue to both of you because it really brings us this into focus, truth in these times that we're living in. Mr. President, for 3.5 years after you lost the 2020 election, you repeatedly falsely claimed that you won, many times saying you won in a landslide. In the past couple of weeks leading up to this debate, you have said, quote, you lost by a whisker, that you, quote, didn't quite make it, that you came up a little bit short.
I said that?
Are you now acknowledging that you lost in 2020?
No, I don't acknowledge that at all.
But
I
you
said
did
that
say that.
sarcastically.
But
You know
those-
that. It was said, oh, we lost by a whisker. That was said sarcastically.
A common
Look,
sarcastic saying.
There's
I
so
see.
much proof. All you have to do is look at it. And they should have sent it back to the legislatures for approval. I got almost 75 million votes, the most votes any sitting
Which is what
president
your
has ever gotten.
riot
I was
was
told if I
about,
got
man.
63, which was what I got in 2016. You can't be beaten. The election, people should never be thinking about an election as fraudulent. We need
He's
two things.
doubling
We need
down on
walls,
overthrowing
we
democracy.
need- and we have to have it. We have to have borders, and we have to have good elections. Our elections are bad. And a lot of these illegal immigrants coming in, they're trying to get them to vote. They can't even speak English. They don't even know what country they're in practically. And these people are trying to get them to vote. And that's why they're allowing them to come into our country.
I did watch all of these pieces of video. I didn't detect the sarcasm, lost by a whisker. We didn't quite make it. And we should just point out here as clarification, and you know this, you and your allies, 60 cases in front of many judges, many of them Republican.
No judge looked at it.
And said
they
there was
said
no
we didn't have
widespread
standing.
fraud.
That's the other thing.
You had
they
60
said we
judges
didn't have
look at
standing,
it.
a technicality. Can you imagine a system where a person in an election doesn't have standing? The president of the United States doesn't have standing. That's how we lost. If you look at the facts, and I'd love to have you do a special on it. I'll show you Georgia, and I'll show you Wisconsin, and I'll show you
Take 'em up on that
Pennsylvania,
offer.
and I'll show
That's free
we
content
have so
right
many
there.
facts and statistics, but you know what? That doesn't matter because we have to solve the problem that we have right now. That's old news, and the problem that we have right now is we have a nation in decline, and they have put it into decline. We have a nation that is dying, David.
Mr. President, thank you. Vice President Harris, you heard the president there tonight. He said he didn't say that he lost by a whisker. So he still believes he did not lose the election that was won by President Biden and yourself. But I do want to ask you about something that's come up in the last couple of days. This was a post from President Trump about this upcoming election just weeks away. He said, when I win, those people who cheated, and then he lists donors, voters, election officials, he says will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences. One of your campaign's top lawyers responded saying, we won't let Donald Trump intimidate us. We won't let him suppress the vote. Is that what you believe he's trying to do here?
Donald Trump was fired by 81 million people. So let's be clear about that. And clearly he is having a very difficult time processing that. But we cannot afford to have a president of the United States who attempts, as he did in the past, to upend the will of the voters in a free and fair election. And I'm going to tell you that I have traveled the world as Vice President of the United States, and world leaders are laughing at Donald Trump. I have talked with military leaders, some of whom worked with you, and they say you're a disgrace. And when you then talk in this way in a presidential debate and deny what over and over again are court cases you have lost because you did in fact lose that election, it leads one to believe that perhaps we do not have in the candidate to my right the temperament or the ability to not be confused about fact. That's deeply troubling, and the American people deserve better.
I'll give you 1 minute to respond, Mr. President.
Let me just say about world leaders. Viktor Orban, one of the most respected men. They call him a strong man. He's a tough person.
Viktor Orban,
smart.
One of the globally recognized dictators, loves me.
They said, why is the whole world blowing up? 3 years ago, it wasn't. Why is it blowing up?
Kim Jong-un loves me.
He said, because you need Trump back as president. They were afraid of him. China was afraid, and I don't like to use the word afraid, but I'm just quoting him. China was afraid of him. North Korea was afraid of him. Look at what's going on with North Korea, by the way. He said Russia was afraid of him. I ended the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
North Korea,
and Biden
top
put
concern.
it back on day one,
Hungary.
but he ended the XL pipeline. The XL pipeline in our country, he ended that. But he let the Russians build a pipeline going all over Europe and heading into Germany, the biggest pipeline in the world. Look, Viktor Orban said it. He said the most respected, most feared person is Donald Trump. We had no problems when Trump was president, but when this weak, pathetic man that you saw at a debate just a few months ago, that if he weren't in that debate, he'd be running instead of her. She got no votes. He got 14 million votes. What you did, you talk about a threat to democracy. He got 14 million votes, and they threw him out of office. And you know what? I'll give you a little secret. He hates her. He can't stand her. But he got 14
Where are you,
million
Joe?
votes. They
I
threw
miss
him
you.
out. She got 0 votes.
I
and
miss
when
you,
she
Joe.
ran, she was the first one to leave because she failed. And now she's running.
Where are
I don't
you?
understand it, but
Mr.
I'm
President,
okay with it
Mr.
because
President, your time is
I think
up.
we're
Thank
going to
you.
do very well.
We've got a lot more to get to.
Turning now
Yes.
to the Israel-Hamas war and the hostages who are still being held, Americans among them. Vice President Harris, in December, you said, quote, Israel has a right to defend itself, but you added, quote, it matters how, saying international humanitarian law must be respected. Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians. You said that 9 months ago. Now an estimated 40,000 Palestinians are dead. Nearly 100 hostages remain. Just last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said there's not a deal in the making. President Biden has not been able to break through the
This is
stalemate.
a bad question for
How would
her.
you do it?
Well, let's understand how we got here. On October 7, Hamas, a terrorist organization, slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Many of them young people who were simply attending a concert. Women were horribly raped. And so absolutely, I said then, I say now, Israel
boy.
has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Because it is also true, far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. Children, mothers. What we know is that this war must end.
Oh.
It must end immediately.
This might be where Donald
and
Trump
the way it will end is we need a
drops a
ceasefire
racism.
deal and we need the hostages out.
This is actually
and
the
so
most
we will
likely
continue
point.
to work around the clock on that. Work around the clock, also understanding that we must chart a course for a two-state solution. And in that solution, there must be security for the Israeli people and Israel, and in equal measure for the Palestinians. But the one thing I will assure you always, I will always give Israel the ability to defend itself, in
this isn't an
particular
answer to the question.
as it relates to Iran and any threat that Iran and its proxies pose to Israel. But we must have a two-state solution where we can rebuild Gaza, where the Palestinians
But this
have
isn't like an
security,
answer to the question.
self-determination, and the dignity they so rightly deserve.
President Trump, how would you negotiate with Netanyahu and also Hamas in order to get the hostages out and prevent the killing of more innocent civilians in Gaza?
If I were president, it would have never started. If I were president, Russia would have never, ever, I know Putin very well, he would have never, and there was no threat of it either, by the way, for 4 years, have gone into Ukraine and killed millions of people when you add it up, far worse than people understand what's going on over there. But when she mentions about Israel, all of a sudden, she hates Israel. She wouldn't even meet with Netanyahu when he went to Congress to make a very important speech. She refused to be there because she was at a sorority party of hers. She wanted to go to the sorority party. She hates Israel. If she's president, I believe that Israel will not exist within 2 years from now. And I've been pretty good at predictions, and I hope I'm wrong about that one.
You've been pretty
She
good at
hates Israel.
predictions.
At the same time, in her own way, she hates the Arab population because the whole place is going to get blown up. Arabs, Jewish people, Israel will be gone.
What are you talking about?
It would have never happened. Iran was broke under
he's
Donald
a regular
Trump.
psychotic.
Now Iran has $300 billion because they took off all the sanctions that I had. Iran had no money for Hamas or Hezbollah
Iran
or
was
any
doing
of the
fine
28
until you undid the deal. You
spheres
gave them the
of
ability
terror.
to make
and they are
nukes.
spheres of terror, horrible terror. They had no money. It was a big story, and you know it. You covered it very well, actually. They had no money for terror. They were broke. Now they're a rich nation, and now what they're doing is they're spreading that money around. Look at what's happening with the Houthis and Yemen. Look at what's going on in the Middle East. This would have never happened. I will get that settled and fast, and I'll get the war with Ukraine and Russia ended. If I'm president-elect, I'll get it done before even becoming president.
Vice President Harris, he says you hate Israel.
That's absolutely not true. I have my entire career and life supported Israel and the Israeli people. He knows that. He's trying to, again, divide and distract from the reality, which is it is very well known that Donald Trump is weak and wrong on national security and foreign policy. It is well known that he admires dictators, wants to be a dictator on day one, according to himself.
Like Viktor Orban.
It is well known that he said of Putin that he can do whatever the hell he wants and go into Ukraine. It is well known that he said when Russia went into Ukraine, it was brilliant.
It's good
It
that
is
she's
well
able to
known
list
he
these specific
exchanged
examples.
love letters with Kim Jong-un, and it is absolutely well known that these dictators and autocrats are rooting for you to be president again because they're so clear they can manipulate you with flattery and favors.
Oh, dude.
And that is why so many military leaders who you have worked with have told me you are a disgrace.
Oh.
That is why.
Look at
we
how she's talking
understand
to
that
him.
We have to have a president who
Oh.
is not consistently
He can't even
weak
look at
and
her.
wrong on
Vice
national
President
security,
Harris.
including the importance of upholding and respecting in highest regard our military.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
And she's the one that caused it, that's weak on national security by allowing every nation last month for the year, 168 different countries sending people into our country. Their crime rates are way down. Putin endorsed her
Crime
last
rates
week.
are way
said, I
down?
hope she wins. And I think he meant it, because what he's gotten away with is absolutely incredible. It wouldn't have happened with me. The leaders of other countries think that they're weak and incompetent.
Crime
and they
whites.
are. They're grossly incompetent. And I just ask one question. Why does Biden go in and kill the Keystone Pipeline and approve the single biggest deal that Russia's ever made, Nord Stream 2, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world going to Germany and all over Europe? Because they're weak and they're ineffective. And Biden, by the way,
President
gets paid
Trump,
a lot of money.
Thank you. We have a lot of issues to get to.
We'll be right back with much more of this historic
Oh,
ABC
they-
News
oh, they
presidential
did
debate
cut
from the
him off.
National Constitution Center right here in Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
Oh my God. This is incredible.
The
Incredible,
ABC
incredible
News
stuff.
presidential debate will continue.
Guys, this is quality content. Now, folks, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and folks, please consider dropping those subs and donos. Support the stream. I haven't been able to make those calls this stream, but Thistles for Eyes, thank you for the $20 super chat.
Humanitarian law must be
Now
respected.
is the time.
But more than that, our government needs to uphold its own laws on foreign military aid.
It's true. It's true. I think that this has the potential, like, there's another 45 minutes of this chat. I think this has the potential to really do some damage. Folks, also consider sharing the stream with your friends, your family, whoever, because frankly, this is it. Let's get this in front of more people. I need to pee really, really badly, but I will be right back. Speed challenge. Speed challenge.
I think Kamala can ratchet this up even harder. She's been twisting the screws, and he's wound up, but she needs to really go hard. BWA.
I'm back. We did it. It's not back yet. Paladin, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Let's go. Think Kamala can ratchet this up even harder? I think so. I think this has all been the warm-up, you know? So far, I think the mirroring is working. I think this is going well. I do think that there have been some times where she's been taken a little bit aback by some of the questions. But I need to blow my nose. Sorry about that. Whew. And folks, this show is only made possible by viewers like you. Thank you all for tuning in, and we're about to go back to it here, but do consider supporting the stream however you can. Remember, hit those buttons. Hit the buttons. Consider dropping those subs and donos. They're all very much appreciated and the only thing that make this show possible. So, with that being said, let's dive back into it, huh?
Back to this historic ABC News presidential debate tonight. We're going to continue here, and I want to turn to the war in Ukraine. We're now 2.5 years into this conflict. Mr. President, it has been the position of the Biden administration that we must defend Ukraine from Russia, from Vladimir Putin, to defend their sovereignty, their democracy, that it's in America's best interest to do so, arguing that if Putin wins, he may be emboldened to move even further into other countries. You have said you would solve this war in 24 hours. You said so just before the break tonight. How exactly would you do that? And I want to ask you a very simple question tonight. Do you want Ukraine
I am taking a big risk,
war?
Simric.
I want the war to
Big
stop.
risk.
I want to save lives that are being uselessly, people being killed by the millions. It's the millions. It's so much worse than the numbers that you're getting, which are fake numbers. Look, we're in for 250 billion or more, because they don't ask Europe, which is a much bigger beneficiary to getting this thing done than we are. They're in for $150 billion less because Biden and you don't have the courage to ask Europe like I did with NATO. They paid billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars when I said, either you pay up or we're not going to protect you anymore. So that's maybe one of the reasons they don't like me as much as they like weak people. But you take a look at what's happening.
He's just saying he's going to surrender.
250 to 275 billion. They're into 100 to 150. They should be forced to equalize. With that being said, I want to get the war settled. I know Zelensky very well, and I know Putin very well. I have a good relationship.
It's killing him that he wasn't able to respond to what she said after the last time.
They respect me. They don't respect Biden. How would you respect him? Why? For what reason? He hasn't even made a phone call in 2 years to Putin. Hasn't spoken to anybody. They don't even try and get it. That is a war that's dying to be settled. I will get it settled before I even become president. If I win, when I'm president-elect, and what I'll do is I'll speak to one, I'll speak to the other, I'll get them together. That war would have never happened. And in fact, when I saw Putin after I left, unfortunately left because our country has gone to hell. But after I left, when I saw him building
Conservative commentator Eric Erickson just wrote, "You stupid motherfuckers just got Trump to repeat your lie about the pets. Congrats on getting the news stories tomorrow by lying." So Trump picks it up and says stupid shit. Oh, man. Oh, this is so delicious.
Soldiers, he did it after I left.
Amazing
I said,
stuff.
Oh,
good work,
he must be
team.
negotiating. It must be a good, strong point of negotiation. Well, it wasn't, because Biden had no idea how to talk to him. He had no idea how to stop it. And now you have millions of people dead, and it's only getting worse, and it could lead to World War III. Don't kid yourself, David. We're playing with World War III, and we have a president that we don't even know if he's... Where is our president? We don't even know if he's a president.
And just to clarify
they
here...
They threw him out of a campaign like a dog. We don't even know. Is he our president?
He's
but we have
still
a president
sad about
that
Biden,
doesn't know he's
man.
alive.
Your time is up. Just to clarify in the question...
so sad.
Do you believe it's in the U.S. best interest for Ukraine to win this war, yes or no?
I think it's the U.S. best interest to get this war finished and just get it done.
All right.
Negotiate a deal, because we have to stop all of these human lives from being destroyed.
I want to take this to Vice President Harris. I want to get your thoughts on support for Ukraine in this moment, but also as Commander-in-Chief, if elected, how would you deal with Vladimir Putin, and would it be any different from what we're seeing from President Biden?
Well, first of all, it's important to remind the former president you're not running against Joe Biden, you're running against me. I believe the reason that Donald Trump says that this war would be over within 24 hours is because he would just give it up. And that's not who we are as Americans. Let's understand what happened here. I actually met with Zelensky a few days before Russia invaded, tried through force to change territorial boundaries, to defy one of the most important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I met with President Zelensky. I shared with him American intelligence about how he could defend himself. Days later, I went to NATO's eastern flank, to Poland and Romania. And through the work that I and others did, we brought 50 countries together to support Ukraine in its righteous defense. And because of our support, because of the air defense, the ammunition, the artillery, the javelins, the Abrams tanks that we have provided, Ukraine stands as an independent and free country. If Donald Trump were president, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. And understand what that would mean, because Putin's agenda is not just about Ukraine.
Yeah, no negotiation can really move forward
European allies and
as
our
long as
NATO
Russia's
allies
making territorial
are so
claims.
Thankful that you are no
on
longer
Ukraine.
president, and that we understand the importance of the greatest military alliance the world has ever known, which is NATO, and what we have done to preserve the ability of Zelensky and the Ukrainians to fight for their independence. Otherwise, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv with his eyes on the rest of Europe, starting with Poland. And why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans right here in Pennsylvania how quickly you would give up for the sake of favor and what you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Vice President Harris, thank you. We've heard from both of you on Ukraine tonight. Afghanistan came up in the last hour.
You just witnessed a murder,
I wanted
Chad.
to respond to something you said earlier, and please, I'll give you a minute here.
Putin would be sitting in Moscow, and he wouldn't have lost 300,000 men and women, but he would have been sitting in Moscow. Quiet, please. He would have been sitting in Moscow.
Man, they let him talk nonstop.
Much happier than he is right now. But eventually, you know, he's got a thing that other people don't have. He's got nuclear weapons. They don't ever talk about that. He's got nuclear weapons. Nobody ever thinks about that. And eventually,
and if he uses them,
maybe he'll use them, and maybe
Russia's going to be obliterated.
But he does have that. Something we don't even like to talk about. Nobody likes to talk about it. But just so you understand, they sent her to negotiate peace before this war started. 3 days later, he went in and he started the war because everything they said was weak and stupid.
If he had nuclear weapons, why did he even need to invade Trump?
She was the emissary. They sent her in to negotiate with Zelensky and Putin, and she did. And the war started 3 days later. And that's the kind of talent we have with her.
That's actually
She's worse
insane.
than Biden. In my opinion,
he's
I think
just
he's the worst
pulling
president
stuff out
in
of
the
his
history
ass
of our
at this
country.
point.
She goes down as the worst vice president in the history of our country. But let me tell you something. She is a horrible negotiator. They sent her in to negotiate. As soon as they left, Putin did the invasion.
President Trump, thank you. You did bring up something. You said she went to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Vice President Harris, have you ever met Vladimir Putin? Can you clarify tonight?
Yet again, I said it at the beginning of this debate, you're going to hear a bunch of lies coming from this fellow. And that is another one. When I went to meet with President Zelensky, I've now met with him over 5 times. The reality is it has been about standing as America always should, as a leader upholding international rules and norms, as a leader who shows strength, understanding that the alliances we have around the world are dependent on our ability to look out for our friends.
Keep getting under his
not
skin.
Favor our enemies because you adore strong men instead of caring about democracy. And that is very much what is at stake here. The President of the United States is commander-in-chief. And the American people have a right to rely on a president who understands the significance of America's role and responsibility in terms of ensuring that there is stability and ensuring we stand up for our principles and not sell them for the benefit of personal flattery.
We've talked about Ukraine and Vladimir Putin. I do want to talk about Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of this debate. I want to move on to Afghanistan.
Stoltenberg said Trump did the most amazing thing I've ever seen. He got these countries, the 28 countries at the time, to pay up. He said, I've never seen. He's the head of NATO. He said, I've never seen. For years, we were paying
Why even
almost
bother with
all
the
of
muted
NATO.
mics?
We were being ripped off by European nations, both on trade and on NATO. I got them to pay up by saying one of the statements you made before.
He's been given like twice the
we're not going
time
to protect
that
you.
she
Otherwise,
has.
we would have never gotten it. He said it was one of the most incredible jobs that he's ever seen done.
Thank you. I want to turn to Afghanistan. It came up in the first hour of the debate, and we witnessed a poignant moment today on Capitol Hill, honoring the
tell him
soldiers who
no.
died in the chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. I do want to ask the Vice President, do you believe you bear any responsibility in the way that withdrawal played out?
Well, I will tell you, I agreed with President Biden's decision to pull out of Afghanistan. 4 presidents said they would, and Joe Biden did. And as a result, America's taxpayers are not paying the $300 million a day we were paying for that endless war. And as of today, there is not one member of the United States military who is in active duty in a combat zone in any war zone around the world, the first time this century. But let's understand how we got to where we are. Donald Trump, when he was president, negotiated one of the weakest deals you can imagine. He calls himself a deal maker. Even his national security advisor said it was a weak, terrible deal. And here's how it went down. He bypassed the Afghan government. He negotiated directly with a terrorist organization called the Taliban.
Yep.
The negotiation involved the
Get 'em.
Taliban getting 5,000 Taliban terrorists released. And get this. No,
High
get this.
profile, too.
And the president at the time invited the Taliban to Camp David, a place
Get his
of
ass.
storied significance for us as Americans, a place where we honor the importance of American diplomacy, where we invite and receive respected
Just
world
days
leaders.
before September
And
11th, too.
This former president, as president, invited them to Camp David because he does not, again, appreciate the role
He invited them
and
to Camp David instead of the Afghan
of
government.
the President of the United States to be commander-in-chief with a level of respect.
Circumvented
And
their
this
government.
gets back to the point of how he has consistently disparaged and demeaned members of our military, fallen soldiers, and the work that we must do to uphold the strength and the respect of the United States of America around the world.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump, your response
That
to her
pause
saying
was
that you
great.
began the negotiations with
thank
the
you.
Taliban.
So, if you take
Yeah,
a look
thank
at
you.
that period
Please.
of time, the Taliban was killing our soldiers, a lot of them, with snipers. And I got involved
And
with
you
the Taliban
used up all of our
because
leverage.
the Taliban was doing the killing. That's the fighting force within
To give yourself
Afghanistan.
a
They don't bother
smoother
doing that
campaign.
because, they deal with the wrong people all the time. But I got involved. And Abdul is the head of the Taliban. He is still the head of the Taliban. And I told Abdul, don't do it anymore. You do it anymore, you're going to have problems. And he said, why do you send me a picture of my house? I said, you're going to have to figure that out, Abdul. And for 18 months,
The current leader of the Taliban is named Hibatullah Akhundzada, which I probably butchered, but it's not Abdul.
most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And by the way, that's why Russia attacked Ukraine, because they saw how incompetent she and her boss are.
President Trump, thank you.
40 months.
I want to move on now to race and politics in this country. Mr. President, you recently said of Vice President Harris, quote, I didn't know she was black until a number of years ago when she happened to turn black, and now she wants to be known as black. I want to ask a bigger picture question here tonight. Why do you believe it's appropriate to weigh in on the racial identity of your opponent?
I don't, and I don't care. I don't care what she is. I don't care. You make a big deal out of something, I couldn't care less. Whatever she wants to be is okay with me.
But those were your words, so I'm
I
asking.
don't know. I mean, all I can say is I read where she was not black, that she put out, and I'll say that. And then I read that she was black, and that's okay. Either one was okay with me. That's up to her. That's up to her.
Vice President Harris, your thoughts on this?
I think it's, I mean, honestly, I think it's a tragedy that we have someone who wants to be president who has consistently, over the course of his career, attempted to use race to divide the American people. You know, I do believe that the vast majority of us know that we have so much more in common than what separates us, and we don't want this kind of approach that is just constantly trying to divide us, and especially by race. And let's remember,
Yeah, Matt Walsh knows that this
how
is
Donald
bad.
Trump started. He was
This is great.
Land, he owned land, he owned buildings, and he was investigated because he refused to rent property to black families. Let's remember, this is the same individual.
Yep, he did.
Who took out
That's
a
true.
full-page ad in the New York Times calling for the execution of 5 young black and Latino boys who were innocent, the Central Park 5. Took out a full-page ad calling for their execution. This is the same individual who spread birther lies about the first black president of the United States. And I think the American people want
He
better
still
than
thought
that.
the Central Park
Want
5 should
better
have been
than this.
executed after they were exonerated.
Want someone who understands, as I do, I travel our country. We see in each other a friend. We see in each other a neighbor. We don't want a leader who is constantly trying to have Americans point their fingers at each other. I meet with people all the time who tell me, can we please just have discourse about how we're going to invest in the aspirations and the ambitions and the dreams of the American people? Knowing that regardless of people's color or the language their grandmother speaks, we all have the same dreams and aspirations and want a president who invests in those, not in hate and division.
Vice President Harris, thank you. Lindsay?
President Trump, this is now your 3rd time.
This is the
Stop
most
interrupting the
divisive
moderators.
presidency in the history of our country. There's never been anything like it. They're destroying our country, and they come up with things like what she just said. Going back many, many years, when a lot of people, including Mayor Bloomberg, agreed with me on the Central Park 5, they admitted, they said
You
they
thought
pled
they should have
guilty.
been executed after they were
And I said,
exonerated
well,
like
if they
5
pled
years
guilty,
ago.
They badly hurt a person, killed a person ultimately. And if they pled guilty, then they pled, we're not guilty. But this is a person that has to stretch back years, 40, 50 years ago, because there's nothing now. I built one of the greatest economies in the history of the world.
law and got
I'm gonna build
punished
it again.
for it.
It's going to be bigger, better, and stronger.
You're
But they're
still the
destroying
same
our
guy.
economy. They have no idea what a good economy is. Their oil policies, every single policy. And remember this.
Honestly, he needs to be
She
asked
is
directly
Biden.
about
You know,
the
she's
Central
trying
Park
to get away
5.
from Biden. I don't know the gentleman, she says. She is Biden. The worst inflation we've ever had, a horrible economy because inflation has made it so bad.
He's still
she can't
proud
get
of
away
trying to
with
get
that.
5 boys killed.
I want to just respond briefly. Clearly, I am not Joe Biden, and I am certainly not Donald Trump. And what I do offer is a new generation of leadership for our country. One who believes in what is possible, one who brings a sense of optimism about what we can do instead of always disparaging the American people. I believe in what we can do to strengthen our small businesses, which is why I have a plan. Let's talk about our plans and let's compare the plans. I have a plan to give startup businesses $50,000 tax deduction, to pursue their ambitions, their innovation, their ideas, their hard work. I have a plan, $6,000 for young families for the first year of your child's life, to help you in that most critical stage of your child's development. I have a plan that is about allowing people to be able to pursue what has been fleeting in terms of the American dream by offering a help with down payment of $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers. That's the kind of conversation, I believe, David, that people really want tonight, as
Ms.
opposed
Molina,
to a
I hope
conversation
that
that is
happens.
constantly about belittling and name calling.
Oh man, look at how
Let's turn
upset
the
he
page
is.
Vice President
and move
Harris,
forward.
thank you. Let's turn to policy.
President
Let's
Trump,
turn back
we
to
have
policy.
to move on. President Trump.
Let's turn to policy, please.
To defund the police. She has a plan to confiscate everybody's gun.
President Trump,
she
we
has
do
a
have to
plan
move
to
on to
not
other
allow
issues.
fracking
He's so
in Pennsylvania or anywhere else.
Okay,
That's what
so
her plan
cooked.
is until just recently.
I just need
Lindsay,
to
go ahead.
respond
President
because
Trump-
no, the
President
former
Trump-
president has said
No, I'm
something
sorry.
twice that I need to
No,
respond to.
I'm sorry. We're
I just
going
need
to move on,
respond
Vice
one
President
time
Harris.
to what he
President
has said
Trump, this
multiple
is now your
Yes.
third time running for president. You have long
Man,
vowed to
they've
repeal
let
and
him
replace the
talk for
Affordable
like
Care
10
Act,
minutes.
also known as Obamacare. You have failed to accomplish that. You now say you're going to keep Obamacare, quote, unless we can do something much better. Last month, you said, quote, we're working on it. So tonight, 9 years after you first started running, do you have a plan, and can you tell us what it is?
Obamacare was lousy health care. Always was. It's not very good today.
Every time he
And what I said,
speaks
that if
over,
we
it's
come
fine.
up with something, and we are working on things, we're going to do it, and we're going to replace it. But remember this. I inherited Obamacare because Democrats wouldn't change it. They wouldn't vote for it.
Oh,
They
now
were
you
unanimous.
inherited
They
something.
wouldn't vote to change it. If they would have done that, we would have had a much better plan than Obamacare. But the Democrats came up, they wouldn't vote for it. I had a choice to make when I was president. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, never going to be great, or do I let it rot? And I felt I had an obligation, even though politically it would have been good to just let it rot and let it go away. I decided, and I told my people, the top people, and they're very good people. I have a lot of good people in this
Dragonfly, that would be so
administration.
good. I don't
we
think
read
she's
about
going
the
to do
bad
it,
ones.
though.
We had some real bad ones too, and so do they. They have really bad ones. The difference is they don't get rid of them. But let me just explain. I had a choice to make. Do I save it and make it as good as it can be, or do I let it rot? And I saved it. I did the right thing. But it's still never going to be great, and it's too expensive for people. And what we will do is we're looking at different plans. If we can come up with a plan that's going to cost our people, our population, less money and be better health care than Obamacare, then I would absolutely do it. But until then, I'd run it as good as it can be run.
So just a yes or no, you still do not have a plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I'm not president right now.
I have
But
concepts
if
of a plan, a dream.
we come up with something,
whiff
I would
of a
only change
plan.
it if we come up with something that's better and less expensive. And there are
Oh my
concepts
God.
and options we have to do that.
Oh
and
my
you'll be hearing
God.
about it in the not too distant future.
Vice President Harris, in 2017, you
I had a
supported
dream
Bernie
of a
Sanders'
plan.
proposal to do away with private insurance and create a government-run healthcare system.
A whisper
2 years
of a
later, you
plan.
proposed a plan that included a private insurance option. What is your plan today?
Well, first of all, I absolutely support, and over the last 4 years as vice president, private health care options. But what we need to do is maintain and grow the Affordable Care Act. But I'll get to that, Lindsay. I just need to respond to a previous point that the former president has made. I've made very clear
Just
my
announce
position on
Medicare for
fracking,
all and
then
win
this
the
business
election.
about taking
That's all you
everyone's
gotta do,
guns
really.
away. Tim Walz and I are both gun owners. We're not taking anybody's guns away. So stop with the continuous
she's a
lying
gun
about
owner
this
too.
stuff.
Interesting.
As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, understand, just look at the history to know where people stand. When Donald Trump was president,
Suppose that makes
60
sense.
times he tried to
Former
get rid
prosecutor,
of the Affordable Care
like, it
Act.
makes sense,
60
guys.
times. I was a senator at the time when I will never forget the early morning hours when it was up for a vote in the United States Senate. And the late, great John McCain, who you have disparaged as being, you don't like him, you said, at the time because he got caught. He was an American hero. The late, great John McCain, I will never forget that night, walked onto the Senate floor and said, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't get rid of the Affordable Care Act. You have no plan. And what the Affordable Care Act has done is eliminate the ability of insurance companies to deny people with pre-existing conditions. I don't have to tell the people watching tonight, you remember what that was like? Remember when an insurance company could deny if a child had asthma, if someone was a breast cancer survivor, if a grandparent had diabetes? And thankfully, as I've been vice president, and we over the last 4 years have strengthened the Affordable Care Act, we have allowed for the first time Medicare to negotiate drug prices on behalf of you, the American people. Donald Trump said he was going to allow Medicare to negotiate drug prices. He never did. We did. And now we have capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month. Since I've been vice president, we have capped the cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000 a year. And when I am president, we will do that for all people, understanding that the value I bring to
having
this
an actual plan
is that
here
access to health care
in comparison
should be
to a
right
concept of a
and
plan
not just a privilege of
makes
those
him
who
look
can afford
so
it.
bad.
And the plan has to be
It makes him
to
look so
strengthen
bad.
the Affordable Care Act, not get rid of it.
Vice
Past is
President
prologue
Harris, thank
in terms
you.
of where Donald Trump stands on that.
I want to move to an issue that's important for a
She
lot
made
of...
a mistake. Number one, John McCain fought Obamacare for 10 years. But it wasn't only him. It were all of the Democrats that kept it going. And you know what? We can do much better than Obamacare, much less money. But she won't improve private insurance for people, private medical insurance. That's another thing she doesn't want to give.
President
People
Trump-
are paying privately for insurance that have worked hard and made money, and they want to have private. She wants everybody to be on government insurance where
God,
you wait
I wish.
6 months for an operation that you need immediately.
President Trump, thank you. We have
wish.
another issue that we'd like to get to that's
I
important
wish
for a
we
number
had
of
government
Americans, in
health care.
particular younger voters, and that's climate change. President Trump, with regard to the environment, you say that we have to have clean air and clean water. Vice President Harris, you call climate change an existential threat. The question to you both tonight is, what would you do to fight climate change? And Vice President Harris, we'll start with you. 1 minute for you each.
Same
Well,
knifey.
the former president had said the climate change is a hoax. And what we know is that it is very real. You ask anyone who lives in a state who has experienced these extreme weather occurrences, who now is either being denied home insurance or it's being jacked up. You ask anybody who has been the victim of what that means in terms of losing their home, having nowhere to go. We know that we can
Rising
actually
water
deal with
levels,
this issue. The young people
more
of America care
wildfires.
deeply about this issue. And I am proud that as vice president over the last 4 years, we have invested $1 trillion in a clean energy economy, while we have also increased domestic gas production to historic levels. We have created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs while I have been vice president. We have invested in clean energy to the point that we are opening up factories around the world. Donald Trump said he was going to create manufacturing jobs. He lost manufacturing jobs. And I'm also proud to have the endorsement of the United Auto Workers and Sean Fain, who also know that part of building a clean energy economy includes investing in American-made products, American automobiles. It includes growing what we can do around American manufacturing and opening up auto plants, not closing them like happened under Donald Trump.
Vice President Harris, thank you.
That didn't happen under Donald Trump. Let me just tell you, they lost 10,000 manufacturing jobs this last month. It's going, they're all leaving. They're building big auto plants in Mexico, in many cases owned by China.
They did that when
They're
you were
building
president.
these massive plants, and they think they're going to sell their cars into the United States because of these people. What they have
do
given
that
to China
already.
is unbelievable. But we're not going to let that. We'll put tariffs on those cars so they can't come into our country, because they will kill the United Auto
Why is
Workers
she the only one
and
with the
any
time
auto
limit?
worker,
Because she's the
whether
only
it's
one
in
expected
Detroit
to be
or South
reasonable.
Carolina or any other place. What they've done to business and manufacturing in this country is horrible. We have nothing because they refuse. You know, Biden doesn't go after people because supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. He's afraid to do it. Between him and his son, they get all this money from Ukraine. They get all this money from all of these different countries. And then you wonder, why is he so loyal to this one, that one, Ukraine, China? Why is he? Why did he get $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife? Why did she pay him $3.5 million? This is a crooked administration, and they're selling our country down the tubes.
President Trump, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with closing statements from both of our candidates. An historic night, this ABC News presidential debate from Philadelphia. Back in a moment.
I'm not gonna lie, this has been extremely cathartic to watch. Folks, so far Kamala Harris has been doing great. Obviously, I wish she had better policy proposals, but rhetorically in this, she has been absolutely nailing it. And folks, if you're enjoying the show, if you're enjoying my commentary, hopefully, please hit that follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, because viewer support is what allows me to continue making this show. I don't make enough money off of the ad revenue for sure to make this show work. So you guys are the ones who make this possible. Looking forward to the Walls Vance debate. Oh, that's going to be great. It's going to be great. No, there's not 6 likes. There's 120 likes, but you know what? There's a good 250-ish people watching the stream right now over on YouTube, and I think you guys can hit 150, okay? I think you guys, 120 is rookie numbers. I think you can hit 150, all right? You a JoJo fan or just a Yes fan? I have not watched enough JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I've only seen the first season, and I've been told that's the worst one. To be honest, as a lover of a true moderated debate, I haven't enjoyed a debate in a long time. This is entertainment. Oh yeah, this is pure blood sports. You know, like this is good. This is good stuff. Love your content. Trin, that's A-okay. I understand. It's hard to stomach 90 minutes of Donald Trump. The concept of a plan is, I think that is going to stick. It's gonna stick. It's gonna sink him, man. I think this is genuinely worst case scenario for conservatives. What is this? Okay, I mean, true, this is good. This is good. I have the concept of a plan. Here, just unmirror it real quick. It's good. The only thing off here is that people actually like Star-Lord and people do not like Donald Trump. Go. Good job, Gayfesh. Not Jfesh. I do not like Star-Lord. That's fine. That's fair. Chris Pratt does suck. Rhizome tomorrow is going to be the most copium. Oh, it's going to be so good the rest of this week. The rest of this week is going to be so good, chat. The amount of cope we are already seeing from conservatives is legendary. And we're only going to be seeing more of it, guys. Only going to be seeing more of it. What did Chris Pratt do? He's just kind of an asshole behind the scenes of his films. Let's see. Matt Walsh is blaming the moderators for moderating. Well, yeah, because facts are inconvenient to fascists. Tim Walz, meanwhile, is just out there saying Kamala Harris is used to taking on predators, fraudsters, and corporate stooges. Come to think of it, tonight's debate is no different. Like, they're just mogging Donald Trump the entire time. Well, folks, we're about to jump back into it, but remember, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, etc., because the show relies on your support. Let's get back to it.
The time has come for closing statements, and Vice President Harris, we begin with you.
So I think you've heard tonight two very different visions for our country. One that is focused on the future, and the other that is focused on the past, and an attempt to take us backward. But we're not going back. And I do believe that the American people know we all have so much more in common than what separates us. And we can chart a new way forward. And A vision of that includes having a plan, understanding the aspirations, the dreams, the hopes, the ambition of the American people, which is why I intend to create an opportunity economy, investing in small businesses, in new families, in what we can do around protecting seniors, what we can do that is about giving hardworking folks a break and bringing down the cost of living. I believe in what we can do together that is about sustaining America's standing in the world and ensuring that we have the respect that we so rightly deserve, including respecting our military and ensuring we have the most lethal fighting force in the world. I will be a president that will protect our fundamental rights and freedoms, including the right of a woman to make decisions about her own body and not have her government tell her what to do. I'll tell you, I started my career as a prosecutor. I was a DA, I was an attorney general, a United States senator, and now vice president. I've only had one client, the people. And I'll tell you, as a prosecutor, I never asked
I am taking on the risk,
or a
Mish.
witness, are you a Republican or a Democrat?
Strongest
the only thing
leftist
I ever
warrior.
asked them, are you okay? And that's the kind of president we need right now. Someone who cares about you and is not putting themselves first. I intend to be a president for all Americans and focus on what we can do over the next 10 and 20 years to build back up our country by investing right now in you, the American people.
Vice President Harris, thank you. President Trump?
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years.
She's the
They've
vice
had
president.
3.5 years
The
to
vice
fix
president
the border.
can't do
They've
that.
had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things
vice
we
president
talked
can't
about.
do that.
Why hasn't she done it? She should leave right now, go down
That's
to
not
that
the vice
beautiful
president's
White
job.
House, go to the Capitol, get everyone together and do the things you want to do, but you haven't done it, and you won't do it because you believe in things that the American people don't believe in.
What are you talking
believe in
about?
Things like we're not going to frack, we're not going to take fossil fuel, we're not going to do things that are going to make this country strong, whether you like it or not. Germany tried that, and within 1 year they were back to building normal energy plants. We're not ready for it.
Trump will
We
have his
can't
plan ready in 2
sacrifice
weeks.
our country for the sake
Catalina
of bad
Gearbox, thank you
vision.
for the $5
But I just
dono.
ask one simple question. Why didn't she do it? We're a failing nation. We're a nation that's in serious decline. We're being laughed at all over the world. All over the world, they're laughing. I know
You're
the leaders very
being
well.
laughed
They're
at.
coming to see me. They call me. We're
You are
laughed
being
at
laughed
all
at.
over the world. They don't understand what happened to us as a nation. We're not a leader. We don't have any idea what's going on. We have wars going on in the Middle East. We have wars going on with Russia and Ukraine. We're going to end up in a third world war, and it'll be a war like no other because of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt
power of
our
weaponry.
entire military.
My God.
She gave a lot of it away to the Taliban. She gave it to Afghanistan. What these people have done to our country, and maybe toughest of all, is allowing millions of people to come into our country. Many of them are criminals, and they're destroying our country. The worst president, the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Man,
President
it sounds like you
Trump,
should have
thank
more than a
you.
concept of a
And that is
plan
our
then.
ABC News presidential debate from here in Philadelphia at the National Constitution Center. I'm Lindsay Davis.
And I'm David Muir. Thank you for watching here in the U.S. and all over the world, and from all of us here at ABC News. Good night.
That was wild.
And that concludes the ABC presidential debate. C-SPAN's coverage of it continues here tonight with viewer reaction and reaction on the ground from the candidates' supporters. You can see reporters swarming
Here, we can swap back.
there in the spin room. Let's go down into the spin room at the Philadelphia Convention Center and listen in.
She's moving in the right direction, showing up in the right parts of our state.
Here, I think we can mute this. It's not super important, I think. Yeah, Kamala Harris won that debate, hands down. Like, there are no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You know, like, she absolutely demolished him. And frankly, like, he just couldn't hold it together. Like, he lost his F. Trump, is there a grade lower than F? Yeah, no, it is really incredible. He's not able to control himself. He couldn't resist talking about, well, my crowd sizes were bigger. You know, my crowd sizes. He actually unironically did the Obama bit. Unironically did the Obama bit. It's crazy. You know, like, usually, if this was a normal election year, I think that Donald Trump would probably try and gun for a second debate. I don't think he wants to try that again. That was his first time interacting with Kamala Harris one-on-one, and he absolutely, like, got rocked. There was nothing he could do about that. He just kept getting angry, kept flailing, both literally and figuratively, and he admitted in front of the entire country that he had the concept of a plan. And like that's how he operates. He doesn't have plans. This entire time he couldn't name a single plan he has. When asked about foreign policy, he just like complained about Joe Biden and said that Viktor Orban really likes him, and that's his plan. What's his plan for Russia? Well, Putin really likes him, and you know we just basically abandon Ukraine. You know? But the thing is, Rhombus, when we're talking about like the rhetorical position he's taking, usually people aren't able to get him to be like, yeah, I don't have a plan. Because that's rhetorically a non-starter. It is an absolute demolition of his entire position and standing for him to look into the camera and say he doesn't have a plan, which he just did. He just did that. He defended efforts to overturn democracy. He mentioned the Vuvuzela gangs, the Venezuelan gangs in Aurora, Colorado that we just finished talking about. He talked about how people are roaming around the streets of America eating cats and dogs because he got duped by conservative propaganda. Like, there is literally no part of this debate where he did well, and the only people who could watch this and think that he did well are people who are too lost in the Trump sauce to actually have any ability to discern, like, fact from fiction. You know, like, he's gone. He, like, the only people who are staying with him are going to be his base, and that's not enough to win him this election. You know, there's a reason why, like, Matt Walsh is doomering on his Twitter timeline right now. There's a reason why conservatives are just absolutely devastated having watched this. It is wild.
This is what it looks like when Laura Loomer is on your debate prep team.
Yeah, no kidding. Holy moly, guys. Very Knifey Duck, thank you for the $5 dono and for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I do have to say, I did think that he was going to call her a Palestinian. I thought that he was going to, like, try the using Palestinian as a slur again. I did think that he was going to do a few more things, like, I thought he might, like, do, like, an old school racism type thing, like use an outdated slur or stereotype against her, especially when, like, the conversation turned on her race. A lot of stuff like that. I thought we were going to get a bit more of that, but he was just too flustered to even be racist, like mask off racist. No, very Knifey Duck all day today. Conservatives have been, like, jokingly posting about Haitian immigrants eating cats. And he's super online, so he definitely saw that, and it just tumbled out of his mouth. I guarantee you no one told him to say that. Or was it just fear? Maybe. Oh,
Howdy, friends.
Crane.
People hug. I am in a good mood and spreading the vibe. Love y'all.
OS Crane, thank you for the $5 dono. And yeah, fair. That went about as well as we could have hoped for. Like, barring Donald Trump actually shitting himself live on stage, physically shitting himself. He obviously emotionally and rhetorically did that. But barring like a actual physical poop bit in his pants, I think that went about as well as we possibly could have hoped. Please let us hear from Tim. Well, I don't know. Like, if you want me to do that, where can I find that? I don't know. I got C-SPAN up. He defended it by saying he saw it on TV. Yeah, no kidding. I really wish there could have been some more back and forth here. Let's see here. I imagine the Kamala Harris channel has Tim Walz, right? No, it does not. I love taking a break so I can find you guys content that you're asking me to find without telling me where it is. It's very fun for me and not stressful at all. Da 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 da. Tim Walz's channel is not live. Where are you guys seeing this shit? Stop! Patrick Lucas, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Keeping YouTube chat above the water here. You guys are YouTube keeping me alive. Keeping me strong with all those money points. Well, Tim Walz was doing like a watch party on the Kamala Harris channel. Let's CBS, someone mentioned.
She knew exactly what at their tax phones.
She did decent avoided him on crowd size. You to be he did get emotional at times.
Nope, that is not the case. Da 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 da. Okay, well, if someone finds me the link to that, I'm happy to go over it, but yeah. No, it's okay, Valerian Damocles Marcellus. If you find out where the where Tim Walz's speech was, just let me know. Throw me a link. I did try. I'm just you know, I'm not good at things sometimes. I thought the debate was 2 hours. Nope, just 90 minutes. I've been hearing news from Florida that MAGA is dying there too. Trump could lose bigly. GamerG, can you elaborate? Because that would be pretty cool. You want the watch? I don't want the watch party. I just want whatever they were talking about with interviewing Tim Walz. I don't even know if Tim Walz was... Yeah, I am also skeptical of like Florida being lost to Democrats, but you know, like anything's possible now. Like the magnitude of Trump's failure tonight is only going to spur Harris forward. And frankly, when cracks start showing around Donald Trump and Republicans think the second Republicans en masse think it's going to support them more or benefit them more to bring out the knives on Donald Trump, they're going to do it. The same way the second it became more beneficial for them to throw in their lot with him, they did it. And like Ted Cruz, like licked his boots for like 9 years after Trump talked about how his wife was ugly and his dad was a serial killer. The second it becomes convenient, they're gonna like yeet him, you know? Mish, thank you for the gifted membership over on YouTube. YouTube holding strong for me. Thank you, YouTubers. The green name army grows. KBS, thank you for the $5 dono.
I support stream. BWA quadruple A.
Oh no, it's the dono ghost.
Why? Happy anniversary, sparkling heart, sparkling heart, sparkling heart.
I sparkling heart you too, Clarice Marie. That's the love of my life right there. And she's been subscribed to my Twitch channel for 32 months. That's almost 3 years, chat. I love her so much. I cry about it sometimes. I might cry about it right now. I think your girlfriend likes you. I think so too. I think my girlfriend's gonna marry me someday. I'm gonna marry her so hard back. Quick swap out Trump with Nikki Haley. Now, chat, if you don't subscribe or drop donos, it's actually homophobic. I'm sorry, that level of homosexuality you just witnessed ensures that if you do not support the stream today, you are technically a homophobe. I don't make the rules. That was the woke agenda that Antifa left with me, okay? Antifa, she left it when she was here last. I just donoed yesterday. I don't make the rules, Soy Master. I don't make the rules. I'm sorry. Sorry. This comes from the tippy top of Antifa. I'm gay. Look, I donated earlier. If you donated earlier, you are absolved, okay? You go in peace. Antifa, she was here and I missed her again. Yeah, she's very sneaky. She comes and goes almost like she never existed in the first place. Truly sneaky. That was incredible. Donald Trump is I mean, I don't want to like be too optimistic here because frankly, the polling is still too close. Even when you acknowledge like the polling is a bit skewed, it's still too close. But I do want to say it gives me a whole lot of hope. It gives me a whole lot of hope. If she can keep this up, if she can plant her flag on some kind of policy, and I said the other day that I think she needs to plant her flag on a policy. Maybe she doesn't need to do it tonight, but she needs to do it soon. The gap between now and the election is extremely, extremely thin, and she needs to do it soon. Okay? It would be nice if she came out in favor of like a Medicare for all or doubled down on like the child tax credit, something like that. Something that is more tangible and that sets her apart from Biden. But I don't think, I don't know what we're going to get, frankly. I think we're going to get something, but I have no idea what it's going to be. It'd be so, like, it would be very good if she could pull something like that. It is nice that in the debate, though, when Donald Trump was like, you want everyone to be on government health care, she wasn't like, no, I don't. You know, she didn't double down in that way. Like, she left the door open on that, which is pretty cool. Because one way we could actually get kind of a single-payer type system is by expanding the Affordable Care Act. It is actually possible for us to do that. Bernie Sanders, Affordable Care Act, Medicare. One of Bernie Sanders' proposals was lowering the age of Medicare, like, little by little over time. It'd be very, very good. This is a screenshot from the New York Times. Now she wants to do transgender operations on illegal aliens that are in prison. This needs context? No, it doesn't. It's just nonsense. The context is it's nonsense. Like, none of these, like Donald Trump has reached a point where, like, he can't go crazier. Like, if you go crazier on this, it just sounds like nonsense. Like, the moon's made out of spare ribs. That doesn't make sense. It just... The context does not exist. True. Harris is asking for another debate? Fuck yeah, let's do it. Do you think that Donald Trump will willingly walk back into the debate arena? Honestly, his pride might dictate that he has to. He might be too prideful to not debate a second time. As I've thought about that for like 3 seconds, I think that is very possible. Transgender operations on illegal immigrants, man. You know, we had the forced feminization camps that were going to happen under Biden, and now we have the forced transgender prisons under Kamala Harris. Oh, God. God. Well, Dragonfly, we actually had our follow-up to this was actually going to be a post-debate discussion, but unfortunately, logistically, it just kind of fell apart. Sorry, but we'll talk with Alec Gunther on a new day. He's a good dude. I like him. I talked about anime with him for like 5 hours.
This debate was Trump's own personal 9/11, which he would probably post even though it's actually 9/10.
Here, let's see here. So I think we will watch this debate. We are also going to do the governor's debate for Washington. If I can grab it. I'd like to watch it on not a bad website, though. Let's see here. Do. Okay, fine. Fine, we'll watch it. We'll watch it over here. It's fine. Rybread, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. I don't know why the alert didn't pop up, but Rybread, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Been enjoying your streams as I work each morning. Thanks for the content. I'm glad that my work in the content mines is helping, okay? My goal is to make sure you guys are both informed and wonderful. Aware. What is this? Okay. Can we get... You gonna get this? The player seems to be broken. Maybe over here? Thistles for Eyes. Thank you for that $2 super chat. Super chat. Let's get Kamala on the show. Yeah, I'll get right on that.
You know that part of running a successful business is
Oh, whooga! Taylor Swift just endorsed Kamala Harris? Really? Check her Insta. Register to vote. Watch the debate. Wait. There it is. Watch the debate tonight. If you haven't already, now's a great time to do your research. Recently, I was made aware of an AI that had me falsely endorsing Donald Trump's presidential run that was posted to his site. It's really conjured up my fears around AI and the dangers of spreading misinformation. Brought me to the conclusion that I need to be very transparent about my actual plans for this election as a voter. The simplest way to combat misinfo is with the truth. I will be casting my vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz in the 2024 presidential election. I'm voting for Kamala Harris because she fights for the rights and causes I believe need a warrior to champion them. I think she is a steady-handed, gifted leader, and I believe she can accomplish so much more in this country if we are led by calm and not chaos. I was so heartened and impressed by her selection of a running mate, Tim Walz, who has been standing up for LGBTQ rights, IVF, and a woman's right to choose her body for decades. Done my research and I've made my choice. Your research is all yours to do and your choice is yours to make. I also want to say, especially to first-time voters, remember that in order to vote, you need to be registered. I also found it's much easier to vote early. A link here to register and find early voting dates and info in my story. With love and hope, Taylor Swift, childless cat lady. That's great. She posted a cat lady pic. Childless cat lady pic right here. She's... Oh, God. You guys, this already has 500,000 likes in 7 minutes. Guys. 500,000 in 7 minutes. She has 283 million followers. There's no way there's not going to be a campaign event that incorporates Taylor Swift at this point. Like, that is huge. Like, it was most likely going to happen, but the fact that it did is incredibly, incredibly good for the Harris campaign. I actually wouldn't be shocked if that noticeably boosts polling numbers going towards the election. That's crazy. Yeah, she has almost the same number of following on Instagram as there are people in America. Amazing stuff. All right. But we need to take a look at this debate. All right? Is there a way for us to backtrack on this? Doesn't look like it. Damn it. All right. Jumping into the governor debate. Here we go.
Direct questions. We're going to ask you to not interrupt one another respectfully. I am going to give Mr. Ferguson 15 seconds and Mr. Reichert 15 seconds. Then we will move on to the next topic. Mr. Ferguson.
Dave, you may think interrupting people is okay back in Washington, D.C. research. It's not okay here. I will not let you do it. Number two,
hey,
it's
Jack,
been reported in the
anything
Seattle
interesting
Times when you
happened
were asked
today?
about Trump.
Not much,
you said,
LB.
if I say I'm supporting
Welcome.
Trump, I'll
Thanks
be in
for
trouble politically.
subscribing.
What's my head doing? And you were nodding, and your own supporters acknowledged that, as was reported in the Seattle Times. So the idea that you're going to come here and
Mr.
tell me you don't
Ferguson, you
support
are
Trump.
obsessed with Donald Trump. I am not obsessed with Donald Trump. Please move off of Donald Trump and stop your obsession with Donald Trump. And if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Gentlemen, with that, we are going to move
It's going
on
to be a
to the
long
next
night.
topic.
I'm sorry. It's going to be a long night if he keeps interrupting me and keeps trying to add more time. I'm just saying you need to enforce the rules.
Hey, I took my time, Mr. Ferguson, and now you've added extra time.
On behalf of our viewers who really want us to cover as many topics as possible,
I appreciate
so that they
that.
can,
Bob,
so that
shut
they can
the
decide
fuck
how they're
up.
going to vote
He
in the
keeps
fall.
interrupting me. I'm respecting your rules. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you that you enforce them with Mr. Reichert.
Bob, you're the Democrat.
You need to be reasonable.
I'm going to move on to the next topic,
Yes,
gentlemen,
ma'am,
respectfully. We're going to turn to the homeless crisis and
Oh my
housing
God,
in our
he already
state.
looks so bad.
According to the 2024 point-in-time count, more than 31,000 people are experiencing homelessness across Washington. How will you address the crisis? How do you plan to pay for it? Would you raise taxes? Mr. Reichert, you first, please.
Well, first of all, this homeless crisis has also
guy
gotten
on the right
worse
is the Republican,
under
guy on the left
lack
is
of
the Democrat.
leadership of Mr. Ferguson's 12
This is
years
the
as
Washington
Attorney General.
governor debate. They are running to be governor of
The
Washington.
homeless crisis is really a drug and substance abuse crisis. It's also a mental illness crisis.
Oh, D.B. Wolf just
Mr.
fooling
Ferguson
Paladin.
supported
Just doing a little
the
jokey joke with
legislation
the,
that legalized drugs on the streets of our cities across this state. He legalized drugs such as fentanyl, which is a poison, and people are dying from fentanyl. We are handing out kits
Fentanyl is used in
called
hospitals.
survival kits. The taxpayers are paying for these survival kits that contain a needle, a syringe, some aluminum foil, a pipe, and some Narcan. That's a survival kit. We're not helping the people on
Narcan
the
saves
street.
their lives,
And
yeah.
I would pay for this, pay for helping the homeless through the $1 billion that we somehow misplaced during the COVID monies.
Also, pro tip, it doesn't feel good
time is up.
to be on drugs and then have to use
A point of
Narcan.
agreement. We agree that the issue of homelessness is complex. Mental health, chemical dependency, and
Hey, Wally
affordability
Jalil.
all play a key role in addressing this crisis. The difference here is we have very different ideas about how to address it. My opponent has said repeatedly that we should send the unhoused, the homeless, to McNeil Island as a solution, or to Evergreen State University, by the way, because he thinks it's closing for some reason. You've said those things over and over again. Those are not serious proposals to a serious situation. In contrast, we, in my office, as Attorney General, have taken on some of the most powerful corporations in the world who have fueled the opioid epidemic by not playing by the rules. What have we done by bringing those cases? Recovered more than $1 billion, and yes, that's with the B, $1 billion. And I've insisted in those agreements.
To summarize the Kamala-Trump debate, Kamala really, hit him in the nuts, and he never really recovered.
The money can only be used by the state and by local governments to invest in treatment and first responders, and they can only use those dollars to address the opioid epidemic. So there's a clear contrast in this
There's
race
way
with
too
someone
much
who's
mouth
getting the
noise here.
resources, getting money for treatment, getting money for first responders. I'm proud to be endorsed by the state firefighters who are on the front lines of dealing with these
highly
issues.
recommend watching
And
it,
there's a
Waleed,
clear contrast
Jalil.
with my opponent who wants to send these individuals to McNeil Island where we keep our sexually violent predators.
I'm going to follow up with another question about housing in our state. It is the most, one of the most. One
I don't
moment.
get a chance
You can
to.
spend 45 seconds on the rebuttal.
Okay.
Let me just get this question. You can use that time
Appreciate
as you choose.
that. Thank you.
Our state is one of the most expensive places to live in the country. As you both know, rents have soared. According to the Housing Affordability Index in May of this year, a median income household can afford to buy a median priced home in only 3 of Washington's 39 counties. What do you propose to do as governor to create the desperately needed more affordable housing? Mr. Reichert.
Okay, so housing, there are so many things that interconnect with the cost, not just housing, but the cost of everything that we buy. And you've got to go back to crime. Crime ties into people who are living on the streets. So now we're talking about homelessness, crime and homelessness, people living on the street, using drugs, sleeping, falling asleep, and
that makes all the prices
totally
go up.
wasted, living in the doorways of our businesses. The businesses
know,
close,
Wally.
we lose jobs, the
My
economy
audience
starts to
is
suffer.
too tiny
The
to
other issue
be
here
concerned
is
about that.
taxes and regulation. So taxes, let's
There's
just
some.
talk about the the gas tax, for example, that adds a cost to everything that we buy in this state, not just gas, but food, clothing, and everything
Good night, Amber
else
Brains.
that we buy in Washington state.
And do feel free to finish your sentence before you do move on. But
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson, same
Thank you. I appreciate this question because I've been to all 39 counties, and in listening to folks in all 39 counties, the issue I hear most frequently is this specific issue, affordable housing. And there's much that we can do as a state. As a state, we need to construct 1 million units of affordable housing, housing of all kinds, in the next 20 years. In my voters pamphlet statement, I put in black and white, in my first term as governor, we're going to construct 200,000 units of new housing. How are we going to do that? Public-private partnerships. When I meet with business executives, they talk about the need for housing. They're ready to invest. When I met with a small business owner in Central Washington who runs a restaurant, he's had to scale back the hours of his restaurant.
Public-private partnerships are just a scam. They're just a scam. You're just giving money to businesses that would do what they want. That they would do that anyway. That if it's a profitable enough business, they would do it anyway. And you're just giving them money to do that.
Bot button.
Yeah,
Oh.
they're wealth transfers from taxpayers to businesses. Oh, it's the Dono Ghost. Come to take me away. Oh, thank God. Penny NT, I think your dono was the only thing that prevented me from being absconded with by the ghost.
Across the state, we need to expand the amount of money going to that working families tax credit to help Washingtonians all across the state. Finally, what I'll add is there's a transition coming to a clean energy economy in this state. We need to embrace that. Why? It's good for clean air, it's good for clean water, but guess what? It's also good for jobs. I was in Wenatchee, went to an apprenticeship training program there. What were those hundreds and hundreds of Washingtonians training for? Clean energy economy. Those are jobs for Washingtonians all across the state, and that's a key reason why I also support the act, but it does need to be adjusted as we move forward.
Mr. Reichert.
So I have a great record on climate in Congress. I worked on Alpine Lakes, Wild Sky, Mountains to Sound, Greenway. Those are all great accomplishments in making Washington State green, clean, and pristine, and we all want that.
Dono Ghost.
Penny NT, thank you for keeping away the Dono Ghost with that BWA energy. Thank you so goddamn much for gifting another sub to Cream Bun Mommy. Thank you for helping us to fight the white name scourge. You are doing your due diligence. You're doing your duty, and you're doing well by me. Thank you so goddamn much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it.
The problem with the gas tax is
Are you homophobic for not donoing if you have no monies? No, of course not. You're no. Like, don't let my silly little japes make you feel bad. I'm sorry if I did.
We weren't told the truth. We were lied to. We were told it was going to be pennies. It's more than pennies. It's gone up to 50 cents at some points. We're competing with California now to see who can have the highest gas tax. Now, when we do that, again, I'll go back to my previous statement, everything that we buy goes up. Everything that's hauled in trucks, grown on farms. And here's what's bothersome. The voters did not have an opportunity to really voice their opinions in this case. So I say, let's vote yes, pay less, and then let's have a discussion with the members of our state legislature and find a way forward that's not placing the cost of green, clean energy efforts on the backs of hardworking Washingtonians.
We'll stay on the same topic, and this question will go to you, Mr. Ferguson, first. Before the law took effect, Washingtonians were told the CCA's impact on gas prices would be minimal, maybe a few cents a gallon. In reality, it quickly led to higher prices, around 25 cents or so a gallon. Do you think the public was misled about the CCA's impact on gas prices? And would you take any steps to reduce gas prices and bring them back in line with states like Oregon?
Yeah, it's time to move forward on what's going to happen moving forward. And I talked earlier about making sure, for example, farmers get that exemption they're entitled to make sure they're not paying too much in gas prices. We need to make sure we're holding gas corporations accountable when they're not playing by the rules. I do want to add, though, that my opponent denies that humans even contribute to climate change. And you can go to ReichertRevealed.com. So he's interrupting me again. But you can go to ReichertRevealed.com and you can actually listen to his words. There's audio tape of all these things. You also said, Dave, I love Donald Trump's policies. Well, guess what? A lot of those policies eviscerated environmental laws, clean air, clean water. I know, Dave, because as Attorney General, I challenged those rulings in court and won time after time. Go to ReichertRevealed.com. You can actually listen to his voice saying all these things.
And Mr. Reichert, the question centered around if you think Washingtonians were misled about the CCA's impact on gas prices, and what steps would you take, or would you take steps to reduce gas prices and bring them back in line with states like Oregon?
Well, first of all, you vote yes on the initiative, and yes, we were misled. And yes, the farmers and the truck drivers were misled. They were told they were going to have an exemption when no language included at all in that bill that allowed for an exemption. They've had to now sue the state of Washington to try and get that exemption. And as far as the Donald Trump policy, yes, I agree with some of Donald Trump's policies, and that is, guess what? Lower taxes. Hard and tough on crime. Let's hold people accountable and responsible to the laws of Washington state. Let's stop blaming victims and excusing criminals. Yes, I agree with lower taxes. Yes, I agree with tough on crime.
By the way, anytime someone brings up being tough on crime, you need to ask, hey, will being tough on crime prevent more crimes? Like, is it going to make sure that the people who are in prison come out of prison and don't commit more crimes? Is it going to intimidate people into not doing crimes? Because, I got a news for you, all right? I got news. It's not. Having harsh punishments doesn't reduce crime rates. Like, especially like when it comes to violent crime, like it doesn't help. The recidivism rate is not affected by harsher punishments. It is also not like all of the solutions to like, oh, why do you want to be tough on crime involve like societal, like social, like spending. And that's one of the unpleasant realities for Republicans. You know, they are not in favor of that. They just want to look tough on crime. It's a virtue signal. Even when they actually implement real policy that actually hurts real people, it's a virtue signal. We should focus more on rehabilitation, on reducing those recidivism rates, and we should also focus on spending socially to eliminate the main cause of crime. Poverty. Poverty is the main cause of crime. If we actually, like, I don't know, decommodified a certain amount of housing to make sure no one goes homeless, if we decommodified a certain kind of, like, certain amount of, like, basic foodstuffs to ensure no one goes hungry, that could go a very, very, very long way to drastically eliminating crime. But no one wants to do that because no one wants to acknowledge those fundamental, no one wants to alleviate the fundamental coercive nature of capitalism. Capitalism relies on you having the knowledge that if you lose your job, if you stop working for whatever reason, you are going to be in a position of suffering. And the system can't really survive without it.
Donald Trump's policies, you tried to correct me and say, no, I said I like some of them. No, you're incorrect. Folks can go to that website, Record Revealed. There is audio of you, Dave, saying, I love Donald Trump's policies. And I can assure you, Donald Trump's policies and his behavior is the antithesis of what farm workers are fighting for in our state. His policies would have harmed farm workers and too many communities of color all across our state and all across our country. I know this, Congressman, because I fought against Donald Trump. I beat him in court over 50 times to protect our environment, to protect our rights, and defend our freedoms. You, sir, said, I love Donald Trump's policies.
Non-binary, I already talked about it.
15 seconds.
Hey, Sophie.
15 seconds.
Thank you.
Bob, that's not true. I do agree with some of Mr. Trump's policies. I've explained those agreements. You're not being truthful. Please be truthful. And you're obsessed with Donald Trump. I've moved past that. I'm focused on the problems here in Washington State.
Thank you both. We are going to move on to reproductive health now in Washington State. After the Supreme Court struck down, we're going to talk about budget first. We will come back to that topic.
No problem.
Jim.
Thank you. Washington's last government tax revenue forecast was down $500 million from previous estimates. It's not a crisis for state government yet, but the next governor could face financial pressures, balancing the services that Washingtonians expect, and both of you, in some cases, proposed even
these are the potential governors of Washington.
New programs, and balancing that with what's actually coming in. How would you keep the state on a strong financial footing? Do you think there are any new taxes the state should consider? Some in the Democratic Party want a wealth tax on the very wealthy, for example. Or do you look to cut spending? And in your answers, please be specific on a tax or a program. If you want to cut something, tell me what it is. If you're considering a tax, tell me what that is. Tell our viewers what that is. And Mr. Ferguson first.
Man,
thanks so much. So I'm a believer that past performance is your best indication of future action. My time on the King County Council, I served on the budget leadership team and actually was the budget chair for a multi-billion-dollar budget. It's not the state budget, but it's big. How do we produce?
Oh God, Simric, I'm so confident in Lieutenant Governor Peggy Flanagan. If Tim Walz goes on to be vice president, I'm like 10,000%. She is based in all of the ways that Tim Walz is, but she's even better on most issues. And she is currently the highest elected Indigenous official in U.S. history. She would become the first Indigenous governor in American history. And that would be really, really cool. I think there's something pretty symbolic and moving about that. So she is literally making history right now, and she would go on to make history, and I think she'd be a fantastic governor in Minnesota. Is Washington going to go red? I don't think
like
so.
A business,
but I will say that your candidate for governor, or your Democratic candidate, is sucky, and I hate him.
The last 12 years, you've hired 400 additional attorneys. You now have 800. We have 800 attorneys working in the Attorney General's office, and we've lost hundreds of police officers. That doesn't make any sense to me. And it also doesn't make any sense to me as in regard to being budget conscious. So we have a $4.1 billion surplus right now in the state budget. $2.8 billion of that is available for us to use and apply to different problems across the state. The problems that we can address really are crime, hold people accountable. There has to be consequences. When we start holding people accountable, for example, if you're a drug addict, I know in parts of this state what's happening is you are waiting for grocery stores, you are waiting for department stores to open. You walk in, you fill your arms with goods, you walk out, you sell those goods for 40 or 50 bucks, and you buy yourself a hit of dope. That's what's happening. And that's what's causing the rising costs in all of the goods across our country. That's one of the things. Homelessness is another. It goes back to fentanyl.
He's literally like, yes, the homeless are why things are expensive. The homeless are driving up the costs of goods. Ignore the capitalists who are raising the prices.
And my opponent
and their record
legalized
profits.
Fentanyl, helped to legalize fentanyl.
The congressman mentioned my budget, so I'd like to respond to that. So yes, Dave, you're right. We have 800 attorneys, and I'm proud of each and every one of them. Guess what those attorneys do? We grew our criminal division in our office to make sure we're fighting on behalf of Washingtonians. We created an organized retail theft unit in our division to prosecute those cases. We created a consumer protection division that can now take on the biggest corporations in the world that fueled our opioid epidemic. What's the result? More than $1 billion for Washingtonians. The AG's office, Dave, is a revenue generator for the state of Washington.
How do people fall for this?
We return hundreds of millions in case settlements. We return
a lot of conservatives
millions of dollars to Washingtonians.
I talked about this a little bit, but like a lot of Republicans literally believe that being homeless and poor is like a moral failing. You know, like it is the kind of like the inverse of how like prosperity gospel.
Non-corporeal button. Oh. Actually, spooky dono ghost.
Oh no! Thank you for the BWA energy that will stave off the ghost's consumption of my soul for but a few more minutes. Thank you very much, Penny Auntie. But much like the inverse of like prosperity gospel, where like people preach that, you know, if you believe in God and you're good and holy and righteous, God will reward you with riches in this life. They also believe that if you are wicked and depraved and bad, God will punish you in this life. And the way he will do it is by smiting you with poverty. You know, a lot of people literally believe poor equals bad person. You messed up somewhere. That's why you're homeless. That's why you're poor. That's why you're struggling. You're just lazy. You know, they think about it as God is punishing you, but also that, like, you know, you could just choose not to be poor. I've talked with Republicans who literally believe this, that poor people should just choose not to be poor. It's kind of the conservative answer to everything, where they're like, you're depressed. Oh, sweaty. You should just choose not to be depressed. Choose to be happy. Smile. It's disgusting. Yeah, no, John Bainbridge, they ignore completely that it's a complete bastardization of what Jesus actually stood for. You know, even in the New Testament itself.
Act. I support that. I was clear about that. And also, importantly, he opposes it. What does that mean? That means cuts to our budget on transportation, cuts to our budget on ferries. He also opposes the capital gains tax, some of that very small number.
I'm in favor of raising the ferry budget. You know, for the gays.
Washingtonians pay a couple thousand, but brings in hundreds of millions of dollars for early learning and for childcare. I support that. I think those are the right kind of investments. And by the way, Dave, it's entertaining to listen to you talk about.
No, Jesus never said fuck the poor. He did, however, say fuck them figs. True story.
Budgets, because when you served in Congress for 14 years, you guys couldn't balance a budget. You drove up deficits year after year after year during your time in Congress. Heck, when you're a sheriff, you overspent your budget in the sheriff's office in King County.
We are going to move on now to our next topic, reproductive health here in Washington state. After the Supreme Court struck down
Rondo, you know I can't show a clip of a movie of someone being waterboarded. Come on.
Roe v. Wade, a study from UW Medicine showed a 50% increase in out-of-state patients seeking abortions and an average 1-week delay for all patients seeking services, which can negatively impact a pregnant person's health. What will you do?
The ferries are actually grossly underfunded. We need to up their budget. That's what I'm saying. Give them wings, okay? Give them wings. Hire full-time clappers, okay? We need to make sure those ferries are fully funded and believed in, okay?
You as governor to respond to the increased demand for services, Mr.
Because we really don't want people to be late on their commutes, okay?
Mr. Reichert.
Well, first of all, I want to make it clear that when I'm governor, I will support and protect the abortion laws that currently exist in Washington state. This is a question that's been asked and answered since 1970. That's when the first law was implemented. As a patrol officer in Federal Way, my job back in the mid-1970s was to keep an abortion clinic open.
Well, look, the Sealy have had it too good for too long, okay? I suggest we form an alliance with the Candy Kingdom, okay? As we all know, the Candy Kingdom is run by the Tooth Fairies in a perverse display of, well, you know how they are. But we forge a strategic alliance, and therefore we march the Candy Army and the Unseelie ranks straight into Sealy territory and take from them what is ours. The magical rod of Abaninyon, okay? We need to make sure we have that so that we can control the powers of all that was and will be.
Criminalizes doctors. Look, you do not support a woman's right to choose. You say one thing when you're speaking to Washington people in a forum like this, and you say something else entirely when you think you are behind closed doors. That's been a pattern with you on Donald Trump. That's a pattern with you on reproductive freedom. And that is something that the Washington voters will need to hear over and over throughout the rest of this campaign.
I want to follow up on something that you said, Mr. Ferguson, and then I will let you rebut, Mr. Reichert. In your political ad, you did characterize your opponent's votes in Congress as
Benjamin
a straight
Kessler,
out
how you
ban,
doing?
not mentioning that there would have been exceptions after 20 weeks, such as saving the life of the mother.
Oh, yeah, no, like, Ferguson is right on most of the issues he's saying. He's just kind of insufferable about it. And also heavily lib and, you know, I would say slightly neo-lib brained on solutions to actual problems. But, like, he's still miles better than this deranged nut job over here.
Or in cases of rape or incest. That was not in your ad. Was that ad misleading? Did it lack context?
Certainly not misleading. In fact, a Spokane TV station reviewed it and said no such thing. It's a 30-second ad, so I'll let Dave try to defend his vote. What's factual about those 3 votes he took in Congress for nationwide abortion bans that criminalize doctors is the following.
Yeah,
he made certain abortions
covering the
that are legal in
debate.
Washington state illegal, while precisely at the same time criminalizing doctors. That is not okay, and that is entirely consistent with what he says behind closed doors over and over again. You've said, Dave, that you believe life begins at conception. I'm sorry, there's too much at stake, to your question, in a post-Dobbs world to risk reproductive freedom for the women of Washington state with an individual who voted to criminalize doctors who perform abortions that are legal in Washington state.
Mr. Reichert, can we talk about your record in Congress just for a moment? You did, while in Congress, support 3 bills banning abortion past 20 weeks. The last bill allowed abortions after 20 weeks to save the life of the mother and in cases of rape or incest. It also required a second doctor be present to save the unborn child. Can you please, for us, explain your voting record, how it squares with what you said yourself in a recent campaign ad that you, quote, do not believe any politician, regardless of personal belief, has the right to make that decision for any woman?
Yeah. So, again, Mr. Ferguson is not being honest with the people here in Washington state. Those 3 votes were based upon viability, legal terminology, viability at 20 weeks. So I actually voted 3 times for abortions, access to abortions at viability. It's almost the same law that exists here in Washington state, which is 24 weeks. So if Bob is saying that I voted to ban abortions at viability, Bob believes that Washington state's law then is a ban. If he doesn't believe in Washington state laws, then he also believes in a ban. So I did not vote to ban abortions nationally, and
thank you. You're out of time.
Okay. I noticed that.
We're going to move on to the topic of transportation. Mark.
Yes, thank you. This question initially goes to Mr. Ferguson. Providing efficient transportation is an important role of state government, but people in eastern Washington often feel left out. The North Spokane Corridor, which has been in the works for more than 20 years, is one such example. Governor Inslee recently tried to cut funding for it. How would you work to make sure both sides of the state have top-notch roads and transportation routes?
Thanks for that question.
We could try funding them.
I think I mentioned earlier, I've actually been to all 39 counties. And when you get to all 39 counties, you're going to have conversations with folks about their roads. For example, I met with the Kalispel tribe, the northeastern part of the state. There's a bridge near their reservation in that more isolated part of our state. They took me to that bridge to show it to me it's failing, it needs to be replaced. I've had exactly those kinds of conversations all across the state. We need to continue investing in our transportation and our infrastructure. How do we do it, to your question? In the way I talked about before, I believe in bipartisan solutions, especially when, on an issue like this,
Why?
communities across the state are suffering from a lack of resources for exactly this purpose. So look, we have to have a governor who's got a track record of balancing
You're in
budgets that are
Washington
bipartisan,
State.
as
Just
opposed to
get
an
it
individual
done.
who drives up deficits when he's back in Congress and overspends his sheriff's budget. So that'll be a focus
Why
of mine. This is
compromise
important
with
for our economy.
Republicans on
This is important
this?
for jobs.
Why?
And as governor, we're going to make that happen.
Mr. Reichert.
Well, Mr. Ferguson should have an opportunity to visit all 39 counties. He's been the Attorney General for 12 years. I've been campaigning for about 12 months or more. The problem is that we have totally ignored our road systems here in Washington State. We're just now getting around to repairing some of the bridges and roadways here in Washington. When you ignore
True, Mr.
systems like the
Anderson.
ferry
A
system,
true
when you ignore
socialist in
systems
chat.
like our freeways, highways, and bridges,
With money, you
they
can fund
become
many
deteriorated. And I think
Taxation
what's happened
gets
is
you-
there's
gets
not
you money.
been an effort to prioritize the major projects that we need to accomplish here in Washington State. So one of the first things we need to do is to look at the systems across the state. What are our priorities? What do we need to fix first? We have the money to do this. We just need to reprioritize and reshift our resources.
All right, thank
I'm
you.
finished.
And a quick follow-up. If elected governor, Mr. Ferguson, what would you prioritize, and please use specifics if you can, in terms of transportation projects in Washington?
Well, we're going to make sure we have a balanced approach across the state, Eastern Washington and Western Washington. And so for me, it's prioritizing getting out, listening to people, talking to both Democrats and Republicans in the state legislature to make sure we're putting together a package that meets the needs of all Washingtonians. And I also add, Dave, it's not getting to all 39 counties in my time as Attorney General. I've been to all 39 counties in my campaign for this office specifically. I'm back going around a second time to all 39 counties. Why? I launched my campaign in Spokane. Then we went to Central Washington. Only then did I come to Western Washington. So this campaign, getting out here and directly from Washingtonians on exactly these kind of issues, that's what I've been doing.
Mr. Reichert, the question was, what projects would you prioritize in terms of transportation projects in the state?
Yeah, I think one of the first things that I would do is prioritize the ferry system. It's totally inoperable. Again, it's another part of our transportation system that's been totally ignored. And what we should do is look at hybrid ferry system, diesel that can be transferred to electric at a later date if we so choose to do that. We've got to get passenger-only ferries on board and operating as quickly as possible. We have private boat operators that are transporting people in between the islands. That's not a safe situation. That's a lifeline for the people who live in the island. So the ferry system, I think, should be one of the major priorities.
Thank you.
Man.
We are now going to move to a question from
Let's build
Gloria
more
Ibanez
trains,
from
though.
El Sol de Yakima. This is a question about indigenous boarding schools.
We need to upgrade the ferries
A
to
recent federal
archways. There we
report
go.
on indigenous boarding schools raised attention on the 17 that operate in Washington state. Children weren't allowed to speak traditional languages and were separated from their families. At least 970 children died nationwide. Is there more the state can do to help?
Oh, come on. This website sucks, and I hate it. Okay,
Loved ones taken too soon.
This is not my fault. Anyway, whoops. It'll come back, I think. But hey, if you're enjoying the show, since there's a break, I might as well do a little ad break. We've been going for over 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and like the goddamn YouTube stream. And consider dropping those subs and donos, because those are the energy, the oil, if you will, the precious fracking fluid that allow my stream to continue using the normal energy plants. And with that, we are back. Give me 1 second to switch over here.
Across the state. That's what leadership looks like, right? Is reaching out, communicating with those folks. And sometimes, yes, you need additional resources to bring justice to survivors and bring accountability for folks who violate the law.
We're going to move to the topic now of gun control in Washington. Jim?
Oh, Dragonfly, thank you.
I think promoted it.
Oh my God, that is so loud. Okay. Gonna backtrack here. I want to get the question that lady asked. Go.
Tribes heal from the trauma caused by the boarding schools?
Mr. Reichert?
Absolutely. I would look forward to working with the tribes and making those safe places for our children and the families of our indigenous community members.
Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, great. And I'm sorry, I have a minute 15 for this. Great. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you so much for that question. I don't just look forward to meeting with tribes about this. I've been doing it. My team's actually putting together a group to address this specific issue, working with tribal leaders and tribal members all across the state. What has gone on with boarding schools in our state, just like in other states, is a true tragedy. And I've heard that loud and clear from tribal leaders and tribal members as I've met all across the state with every tribal council all across the state. I'm proud that I'm the only candidate running for governor that's actually endorsed by tribe more than dozens. I might also add, this issue
he is in Washington.
But also an issue that impacts tribes disproportionately is the issue of missing and murdered indigenous women. My team put together a task force. We went to legislature and got funding for a team in my office, yes, Dave, additional lawyers. And guess what they're doing? They're standing up for tribes, bringing cases, bringing accountability, and solving cold cases of missing and murdered indigenous women all across the state. That's what leadership looks like, right? Is reaching out, communicating with those folks. And sometimes, yes, you need additional resources to bring justice to survivors and bring accountability for folks who violate the law.
We're going to move to the topic now of gun control in Washington. Jim?
The Washington legislature recently passed an assault weapon ban. Mr. Ferguson, you supported that and I think promoted it for many years. The state has enacted a raft of gun control, gun safety laws in recent years. Advocates for further gun safety restrictions point to the ongoing rash of shootings that seem to greet us in the news every day, and they're still looking for perhaps more restrictions, perhaps even on existing assault weapons, things like that. At the same time, people who value the Second Amendment and some of the gun stores that are operating under the current restrictions say it's just going to drive them out of business. I'll start with you, Mr. Ferguson. Should the state go further, are there any other restrictions that you're looking at with licensing or tracking of guns in the state?
I think we're always keeping an open mind, but I think it's important to start from a place of, I'm someone who supports the Second Amendment. But just like I can't yell fire in this place right now when there's not a fire, even though I have a First Amendment speech, there are restrictions on all of our constitutional rights, including the Second Amendment. So I believe in responsible limitations. That's why I didn't support the ban on the sale of assault weapons and the ban on the sale of high-capacity magazines. As Attorney General, I led on that issue. I proposed that as agency request legislation. I don't have to do that, but I felt this issue was so important. I fought for it. I advocated for years and got it across the finish line without a single Republican legislature voting for it. My opponent opposes the ban on the sale of assault weapons. My opponent opposes the ban on the sale of high-capacity magazines. My opponent even opposes universal background checks, supported by more than 60% of Washingtonians. Issue that's close to my heart. We need to make sure that we're protecting Washingtonians, kids in schools. We just saw another recent tragedy that's become all too common. After the Mukilteo shooting several years ago here in Washington State, I met with family members impacted by that senseless tragedy. And that, frankly, is what moved me, Jim, to become a leader in this issue and advocate it so that never happens again in Washington State.
Mr. Reichert, do you feel comfortable where the state is? Do you think the restrictions go too far? Would you propose it?
Ferguson's saying good things. He's just doing it in an irritating way. And also, like, a solid 20% of the things he's saying are just like neoliberal like solutions to problems that aren't going to work. You know, is what it is, I guess.
Any new ones?
Well, what I would like to do is focus on gun crime, and I have a record of doing.
Yeah, Oh man, I'm not surprised this guy wants to talk about crime.
That. When I was the sheriff, we put together a group of people. The first time in history, I would say, that we brought ceasefire and the NRA to the same conference table to discuss gun crime. So we came up with the King County Firearms Coalition, which was very successful in reducing gun crime and gang violence. That was actually...
How? What was their secret?
Moved to the Safe Cities Initiative, which was a Clinton-Gore initiative. We were one of the 10 safe cities recognized across the country. We're the only county sheriff's office that was recognized as reducing gun crime. And again, that's an example of bringing people together, looking at the problem, looking at facts, finding solutions, and actually having results. It was later changed to Project Safe Neighborhoods, which was a Bush-Cheney initiative.
The DA and the sheriff running for office.
I would look forward to implementing programs similar to Safe Cities, similar to Project Safe Neighborhoods, and bringing people together to address the issue of gun crime. Again, you have to hold people accountable and responsible, those people that are committing crimes with guns.
We have 45 seconds each for one more question from Mark.
Yeah, staying on the same topic. We'll start with you,
As
Mr.
opposed to all of those people who don't want to hold people who do gun crimes responsible?
Ferguson. According to the CDC, firearms have now overtaken car crashes as the leading cause of death for children 18 and younger. What can we do to reduce that number while still respecting the Second Amendment?
Yeah, I think one more thing I would add to my leadership on this issue now for many, many years on one of the more challenging issues facing our state and not being afraid to lead on that in contrast to my opponent. But one thing I hear when I talk, to example, for teachers and educators all across our state who are worried about what's going on in the classroom, when I ask them what they see, what I hear is a response over and over is mental health issues, mental health issues, and mental health issues. They see a real need for more mental health counselors in the classrooms, in the schools, to help kids who are suffering from mental health issues, but also to improve the learning environment for all kids in the classroom. So as Attorney General, that is an issue that I've led on, and as a governor would be a priority in my budgets as well.
Mr. Reichert, how do we bring that number down?
Well, first of all, we've got to ask the question, how did we get here? And we're not holding people accountable and responsible. Hiring 800 attorneys is not the way to go about solving juvenile crime. Most juvenile crime is committed by 13 and 15-year-olds. Our teachers don't even feel safe in their classrooms.
And we need to teach them a lesson by putting them in directly into prison. You know, they don't even get to go to school. Just put them right in the prison. No school, only prison.
So we have got to, well, one of the things we need to do is make sure that our youth centers, our detention centers, are actually used for detaining juveniles and not adults. We've moved adults from the prisons into our youth centers. They should be the...
What? What are you even blabbering about, old man? What are you doing? Also, just can I just are you fucking serious? Project 2025 was written by the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank so scary the Obama administration implemented their healthcare policy as his own. Yeah, well, you know who else wasn't really scary in during the Obama administration? Donald Trump. But you know what? Now he's a threat to democracy, and, you know, maybe some other things are too.
Adults should be moved back to our prisons, make space for our young people who are committing crimes so we can help them get the help that they need. And I agree with the issue on mental health.
We have 2 minutes now for closing statements for each of you. We will start with you, Mr. Reichert.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. I think, as most people can probably tell, I am not a debate expert. I am a man who grew up in the Renton Highlands. Again, 9 people in an 800-square-foot home. I grew up in a home of domestic violence. I lived in my car, checked on my brothers and sisters, and went into the Air Force, joined the sheriff's office, was fortunate and blessed enough to be a member of Congress, and I find myself in this position today coming from that humble place in the Renton Highlands, being a candidate to be your governor. I have shown as the sheriff and as a member of Congress that I can lead, make decisions, tough decisions, in some cases life and death decisions. I have the experience through all of, and blessed with the career that I've had, to have the experience that has brought us to this moment today, where we're facing some of the most major issues that we faced in this state in our history. And number one is crime. Crime has gone through the roof under the leadership.
Damn, it's like this guy hates people who do crimes or something and believes that they're fundamentally worse people we'd be better off without. It's almost like he's a cop.
And he talks about leadership under the leadership of Mr. Ferguson. Under the leadership.
Yeah, he's mad we're not locking up enough everybody. It seems like. Are you making less than $1 million per year? This guy probably thinks you belong in prison. Okay. Did you think about jaywalking yesterday? Prison. Okay.
Of his good friend.
Under this guy, you'll get precogs in every city who will randomly point at people to say they might do a crime, and then you'll be arrested.
Governor, Mr. Inslee. Homelessness has gone through the roof. Mr. Ferguson encouraged the legislature to legalize fentanyl, to legalize other drugs on the streets. Costs have gone up here in Washington State, and we talk about a responsible budget maker to my right, when we are paying more and more and more each day and being taxed more and more each day.
Mr. Ferguson.
Thank you to the Washingtonians tuning in to this conversation. And you've seen a real contrast in our respective visions for the future of the state of Washington. Reproductive freedom. You heard tonight, he went back to Congress and voted 3 times for nationwide abortion bans that criminalize doctors. He said to an extreme pro-life group that he would seek to unravel his word, abortion protections here in Washington State. I'm endorsed by Planned Parenthood. I'm proud of that. I will defend your reproductive freedom. He went back to Congress and voted dozens of times to repeal and gut the Affordable Care Act, stripping away protections for those of you with pre-existing conditions. In contrast, I fought to defend the Affordable Care Act in court. You've heard about him and Donald Trump. He says, I love Donald Trump's policies. He even bragged to a group that he has a signed MAGA hat at his home. I can assure you we don't need a signed MAGA hat in the governor's mansion. What we need is someone who's a change agent, who will change the status quo. Look, I got my start in politics by challenging a 20-year incumbent from my own party, took on that incumbent, and I won. As an attorney general, I've taken on presidents of both political parties, standing up for workers in the Tri-Cities, standing up for clean air and clean water, and standing up for your rights. That's what we need as a governor. My priorities are public safety. When I'm governor, we'll hire more police officers. We'll make sure you're paying less for gas and groceries and for housing. We'll improve our education system, our workforce training, and apprenticeships. My family's been in the state for 5 generations. I'm looking forward to watching this debate later on with my kids and family. But this election is not about my...
Again, neoliberal solutions for problems that aren't going to be solved by his proposed solutions.
My family. It's about yours. Make Washington State better for every single family.
You need so much more water,
At the end of the
dude.
day, as governor, I'll protect your rights, I'll defend your freedoms, I'll change the status quo, and I ask for your vote for governor of Washington State. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Thank you, Mr. Reichert. Our thanks to the panel, Mark Hanrahan and Jim Bruner and Gloria Ibanez from El Sol de Yakima. Voters, you have much to consider as you decide who will lead our state over the next 4 years. We thank you for your time tonight, and we wish you a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
I mean, Bob Ferguson did fine for what he is. But honestly, the people of Washington deserve so much better than whatever limp-wristed performance this was. From both sides. You deserve better candidates from both parties. God, you'd think leftists would be able to primary a little bit more effectively in Washington.
Thank you for covering that, Jack. Sorry it was such a lame chaser to the presidential debate lol.
It's okay. I think we deserve to pay attention to governor debates too. Yeah. It's not party-based primaries. Darn. Omega Star, thank you. Well, folks, I've been collating some good conservative reactions for you guys throughout that debate while I was trying not to rage stroke. And hope you enjoy some of the curated reactions that I've got here. Obviously, it's not comprehensive or anything, but I've got a couple memes, and specifically, guys, they're just some good ones here. Like, right here. This is the moment he knew he was cooked. Yeah, when she power walked across the stage to shake his hand at his podium and introduced herself and then, like, shook his hand. Like, that is such a power move. It asserts her presence and her dominance. And, like, amazing. Great calculation on her part. I bet this absolutely devastated him in a way that he couldn't articulate. And probably never will be able to, you know? And, like, they did. They made this meme a reality. Look at this. Look at that. The meme is real. You're not getting away from me tonight, bitch. You're mine. Like, unironically, like, Chad facing at him. This is what I meant when I said she was mogging him the entire time. You know, she was looks maxing in his direction 24/7. Am I using terms right from the youth? And also, like, this is the CNN reaction.
I didn't think I was ever going to witness a debate as devastating as the one that you and Dana moderated back in June, where Joe Biden basically tanked his reelection campaign. I think tonight was just as devastating. I think that Kamala Harris pitched a shutout on almost every subject I can think of. She shut Trump down on abortion. She shut Trump down on January 6th and democracy. She shut him down on national security and turned to the former president and said, the military leaders who served with you think that you're a disgrace. And then, as Dana mentioned, very powerfully at the end, made the point that she is the candidate of change, and we need to turn the page from a decade of division and polarization. On substance, I think she pitched a shutout, and I think she did on style as well.
That's Chris Wallace, guys. He is not a left-leaning dude. Kamala Harris pitched a shutout and absolutely dominated him. He compared it with Biden's performance. Biden performed so poorly, he stopped being the candidate. Astral Storm, thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you for supporting stream, folks. Are those poppies on your shirt? I don't know. They're pretty cute though, right? Sorry. And also, let's just say, let's look at Matt Walsh here. My debate analysis won't make anyone happy. I think Kamala was weak and nervous, especially early. She came off as phony and rehearsed the rest of the way. But Trump missed a lot of opportunities to land a blow, rambled too much, and took the bait repeatedly throughout. I don't think this debate moves the needle much for either candidate, which is basically as close as Matt Walsh can go to saying Donald Trump got blown the fuck out. You know, like, he works at a propaganda outlet. He can't massage the truth. He can only massage the truth so much, you know? But I think we have a contender for the true epitome of cope. Okay? And that is from Ben Shapiro. This debate won't matter. It was just eliminated as an inflection point. The American people still know nothing about Kamala Harris's positions. Donald Trump is still Donald Trump. And the legacy media is still a flaming dog turd.
No, she's going to prosecute the president of the...
Like, watching that and saying, oh, this won't matter, is the ultimate cope. You just watched your candidate get blown the fuck out of the water. It's gonna hurt. And you're trying to say it's not gonna matter. Nah, it's gonna hurt, dog. The margin, the best case position... Sorry, like, guys, to really emphasize this, just real quick, let's take a look at Ben Shapiro's YouTube channel, just real quick. YouTube, Ben Shapiro. Let's take a look at Ben Shapiro's videos, shall we? Let's see. Oh, 1 day ago, Kamala's momentum gone. Trump regains lead. And this was based off of the New York Times poll that we talked about the other day. The New York Times poll that had Donald Trump up by 1 percentage point. If you watch that debate and you think that people's minds aren't going to be changed about Donald Trump, you might be right about the base. But you are dead wrong about people who can be pulled off or convinced not to vote. Because, like, she made him look silly. She made him look silly and weak. And like he has no idea what is going on. He said he didn't even have an idea of how to improve things. He had a concept of a plan. Okay? Like, no, devastating performance. And I think that the performance is going to matter. I think it's going to affect poll numbers. You know, like, you if you're going into this being like, Donald Trump has it in the bag, it won't move the needle at all. I think it's going to move the needle a few percentage points, frankly. And that poll, by the way, was best case scenario and oversampling like the evangelical vote and trying to claim that Donald Trump is going to win 24% of the black vote, which no, he's not. And with all of that additional weight, he still was only winning by 1%, and that was yesterday. He's done, son. Did I see Jesse Waters' response? No, I did not. Let me take a look.
Any of these people, I don't think the American people are watching and thinking any of these people won. This was rough. This was pretty intense at times.
Yeah, I don't think you walked away from that thinking it was rough if you watched it and were supporting Kamala Harris.
She started off shaky. She regained her footing. But I thought she was going to come out with some of these memorable lines.
Donald Trump's statement about having concepts of a plan will go over well with the evangelical base since they believe life begins at conceptions. Bazinga.
Very knifey dog. Thank you for the $5 dono. And true. Kamala collected all the coconuts on the island in that debate. That's true.
From Donald Trump. Run, spot, rum. Shh, I'm speaking. Does that sound familiar? Wake Joe Biden up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon and go get him to sign this thing to close the border. I took a bullet because you said I was a threat to democracy. And they're eating the pets.
What do you mean he said I took a bullet because you said I was a threat to democracy? The guy who shot you was a Trump supporter, man.
You know, you watch this thing, if you're a Democrat, you're like, oh, she did a great job. She was much more forceful than Joe Biden. If you're a Republican, you look at this and you're like, that's Donald Trump. He had some moments where you were like, oh my God, where are we going with this? And then he just had some great knockouts. And so...
Did he though? Because not really, no. No, honey.
This race just got tighter. I don't think the American people are watching and
I don't think that is true. Yeah, look, all of us Dems have been where Jesse Waters was, and it was approximately 2 months ago after the Biden debate. God. Oh my God, no. There was one other true thing he said. It was right at the beginning here. I'll play it again.
I don't think the American people are watching and thinking any of these people won. This was...
Not this part.
This was rough.
This was rough. Yeah, it was certainly rough for people named Jesse Waters. Oh my God. Amazing stuff. Folks, we've almost been going for 5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button, and please consider dropping those subs and donos. And I think I might be done. I might be done a little early. I've been going for 5 hours. It's been a long day. I've been doing a lot of stuff, and I'm kind of extremely exhausted. But I think over in the Discord, GamerG, I believe you told me that you haven't seen any of like the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. Maybe we'll watch them. Maybe we'll do like a little marathon of those. Ending on a high note. Exactly. Yeah. Over in the Discord. Come watch Morbies with us, okay? Riverboat.gg/Discord. Raid to Dead Domain. Yes, I will do that. I like Dead Domain. Morbies. Cause I need to keep the dream alive. The Morbius memes. They will never die. All right, folks. Love you all. I will see you on the other side, and we'll host Dead Domain on riverboat.gg. And yeah, I'm real tired. I hope I did a good job covering this, and I hope you all enjoyed it. That went much better than I was hoping. So, do the things, hit the buttons, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.